He instead had a lawyer contact police with the tote's location in the trunk of his car in Southfield, and inside the bin, police found London's body tied up and bruised, and the prosecution said evidence shows Jalen's DNA was likely on the handles.
Everything shocked me. How the story unfolded, how what they did to her.
But the defense called Elijah's credibility as a witness into question after she testified she and Jalen both took drugs and were drunk during that alleged confession, while the prosecution defended it.
So what he's basically asking you to do, Your Honor, is just go off of what this young lady said, who, again, was high when she did this.
That information could have only come from somebody who was present when it happened, and that lends her testimony credibility.
And in the end, the judge approved those new charges, and the case moves on.
First-degree murder, that's good enough for me.
In Inkster, Brett Cast, 7 News, Detroit.
again? I'm sorry.
Was she currently dating or in a relationship with Jalen Pendergrass as of that day?
Oh, yes, to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know whether they had broken up or whether they were still together?
I don't know, they were on and off pretty frequently.
Okay. Now, in the course of, well, how long do you know of that the two of them had been talking to each other or been in a relationship with one another?
Probably since like maybe 2022.
Okay. And over the course of those 3 years, had you ever met Jalen Pendergrass before?
Yes,
Do you know where he was living over those years?
at first, he used to live with his mother, and then he had started living with his grandparents after a while.
All right. Now, when he was living with his grandparents, do you know in what city he was living in?
Inkster.
Okay. And had you ever been over to the house he was staying at over in Inkster?
Yes,
And had you ever been to like his bedroom inside that house?
yes,
Okay, so are you familiar with what it looks like, where his bedroom was?
yes, I've only been to the bedroom, that's all,
Okay, and where was the bedroom located within the house?
in the basement.
On April 4th of, well, actually, April 5th of 2025, did you ever come into contact with your sister early in the morning?
Early in the morning, on April 5th, you said?
Yes.
No.
Okay, when was the first time you interacted with her from like the 4th going to the 5th?
Oh, you said the first time interacting with her?
Yeah,
She had called me when I was at my baby father's house, and she was letting me know that she was about to go home, and she wanted me to come pick her up.
okay. Now, did you have access to a car?
Yes, it was my vehicle.
Did your sister London have access to a car?
Oh, no,
Okay, but you did, but she didn't.
yes,
Okay. And the house where you were at your baby father's house?
yes, before, we were together. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't have to tell me what the address is, but is that house located in Detroit?
Yes,
So ultimately, did London ever make her way over to the father of your child's house?
no, not that day.
Okay. Did you ever take London somewhere?
Yes.
Describe
that
what
day, yes.
Describe what you did.
Okay, so I went to go get her from my mother's house. We went directly to my baby father's older sister house. We were there for a good little while. We were just chilling. And then I took her to Jalen's house.
All right. So eventually you took her to Jalen's house
Yes,
in Inkster.
yes,
Before you did that, the house that you were at, it's the father of your child's sister's house?
yes.
Was that house located in Detroit?
No, it was in Highland Park, I believe.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you went from Highland Park, Detroit area to Inkster?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
It was pretty late. I would say probably around like 3, maybe. Yeah, it was around that time. Like we were there until like 3. And it takes a minute to get to Inkster.
Now, when we say 3, are we talking 3 in the afternoon or 3 in the morning?
AM, yes,
Okay, so would this be 3 a.m. on April 5th of 2025?
correct.
Okay. And did your sister London say why she wanted to go to Jalen's house?
Not really. I know she had his phone.
Okay.
She just wanted to go over there, but I didn't think nothing of it. It was pretty usual to me.
How did you know that she had Jalen Pendergrass's phone?
When she got to my mother's house, she called me and told me that she had it.
Okay. So when you went to Inkster, who was in the car with you when you went to Inkster?
It was me, London, my baby father, and my daughter,
All right, the father of your child, what's his name?
Saquon McKinney.
And your child that was with you, how old was that child at the time?
She was about 4 months, probably.
4 months old?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Going on 5. Yeah.
So the 5 of you, 4 of you, went to Inkster. Did you stop anywhere on the way?
Not that I recall.
All right, so what happened when you arrived in Inkster?
When we got to the grandparents' house, we were sitting there. We had pulled up. It was on the other side of the street. London had got out of the car. She left all her things. She said she's gonna come get them when she gets in the house. But she was out there for like maybe 5 minutes. I told the father of my child, I'll be right back because I'm gonna go, make sure she gets in and stuff. So I had went back there to his backyard and we were knocking on the doors and.
All right, let me stop you here for a second.
I got
Okay. The house that you were at, was that located at 27262 Carlisle Street in Inkster?
I'm not certain of the address, but I know it was definitely on Carlisle Street, his grandparents' house.
All right. Now, this house that you were at, is there a front door to the house?
Yes,
Is there like a door to either on the side of the house or in the rear of the house?
on the rear of the house, it was the door at the back.
Okay. So when you first pulled up to the address, you said that London got out of the car?
Yes,
Did the rest of you stay in the car?
yes, but then shortly after I had got out and I left my baby with her dad.
Okay. So when you got out of the car, did you go to the front door or a different door?
No, we went straight to the back door. That's the door she usually enters to.
All right. And did you see London try and get into the house?
Meaning?
Like, did she try and open a door? Did she knock on the door? What did she do?
Yes, she knocked on the door several times, knocked on the windows, because, we figured he was sleeping, so we were knocking off the basement windows.
Okay. As you were standing out there, did you see the door ever open and London go inside?
No, not what we were saying there.
All right, so as you were standing outside and, the door was being knocked on, what did you decide to do next?
Well, we just kept trying for a good little minute. After a while, I went to my car to check on the baby.
And when you say like a little minute, are you talking like literally 1 minute or more than 1 minute?
More than a minute. I'm just,
Okay.
probably like a good maybe 15 minutes. We tried because we thought he was sleeping.
15 minutes, you think?
I would say maybe I'm not really certain.
Okay, so you go back to the car. Where did London go?
She had stayed in the back. She did, while we were knocking and stuff, she did tell me, to go look at the front door and see if there was a key under the door, but it wasn't.
So when you go back to the car, did something happen when you got back to the car?
When I got back to the car, it was a lot going on. My baby is 4 months and she breastfed, she was crying a lot. And, the father of my child, he didn't know what to do. He was getting overstimulated. I had to calm the baby down. But when I got into the car, I just noticed that London's phone was ringing. And the father of my child told me the phone was ringing ever since we got out the car.
So where was this phone that you saw was ringing?
It was in the back seat. It was London's phone.
All right, did you answer the phone?
I did.
And when you answered the phone, did you recognize any of the voices on the other end of the phone?
Yes, it was Jalen.
All right. Have you ever talked with Jalen before?
Yes,
How many times do you think you've talked with him in your life?
a pretty decent amount of times, enough to know that it was him on the phone.
All right. And what did Jalen say when you answered the phone?
He had asked if that was London at the door knocking, and I was pretty upset at the time because I'm overstimulated now too, so I'm yelling at him, and I said, let her in. It's late. I got my daughter out here. Come on, open the door.
Okay. And did Jalen say anything in response to that?
Honestly, I don't recall what was said. I know I told him to open the door for sure.
Okay. Now, after that phone conversation, did you get back out of the car or did you stay in the car?
I don't know. I had stayed in the car and then London came and she got her stuff, I believe. I believe so.
So she came back to the car that you were in?
Yes.
And what kind of stuff did she get?
She had grabbed her purse. I know whatever she had in her purse, I know for a fact she had both of her phones and her blue iPad plus Jalen's phone.
Okay. Now, do you remember any of the clothes that she was wearing that night?
I'm really not certain. I know she was wearing maybe a black jacket for sure. And her
Okay.
hair was in a ponytail.
You don't remember, like, she had any designs on any of her clothing or anything like that?
I'm not certain.
Okay. So after she grabbed her things, where did you see her go?
She had went to the back door.
Okay. And from where you were at in the street, is your car parked in the driveway or on the street?
In the street.
From where you were at on the street, like, did you actually see her once she went to the rear of the house?
No, but she, she said her goodbyes, and when she said, "I love you," I said, "I'll call you later, sister," you can go, basically. That's what she told me, so.
All right.
I didn't see her going though, but
So after she went to the rear of the house, what did you do next?
I had pulled off.
And before you drove away, did you wait for some period of time before you left, or did you just basically leave as soon as she went out of your eyesight?
I don't recall. I probably stayed there for maybe about 2 minutes. If I did, I'm not even certain.
Okay. After you left, did you have any phone communication with London after that point?
Yes, London called my phone.
All right. Where were you when she called your phone?
I was like down the street. I think I was going up Inkster Road.
And did London say anything when she was on the phone?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, tell Jalen that y'all are gone.
Okay. And after she said that, did you talk to Jalen?
No, I don't believe so. He was at the door though. The door was open. She was getting in and I watched it.
All right, so let's back up here a second.
Okay.
When did you see Jalen at the door to his house?
We were on a FaceTime call.
Okay.
So as I was showing, like the door, he had the screen door was closed, but the big door was open. And I guess she was showing him the phone, like me driving on the road.
All right,
She was telling me to tell him that I left.
so this was a FaceTime call.
Yes.
And on your phone, when you're on this FaceTime,
Mhm.
is the phone like pointed at you or is it pointed away from you?
She had pointed it away for a little second, but it was mostly on her.
No, what I'm asking is your phone, the phone that you had.
Oh, I was driving.
Mhm.
Snitch on myself, but I was driving, but I did I turned the camera around like this and then I flipped it back on me because I couldn't just look at the phone and just turn the camera on.
So the way you were holding the phone, you could actually see what London's phone was showing on FaceTime?
Yes.
All right. So from what you could see on FaceTime, could you tell whether London's device was inside or outside of the house?
It was outside of the house at first.
Okay. And is that when you saw Jalen?
Yeah, she turned the camera to show him that I was on the road leaving, basically.
All right. So at that point, you could actually see Jalen's face?
A little bit. It was pretty dark, but I seen him. Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, can you see that the device is now inside of the house?
Yeah, I think she had walked in after a while. I was like, yelling like, let her in, what are you doing? Like, bro, we're gone, So I was like, let her in. So.
At some point, either on this FaceTime conversation or any other FaceTime conversations that were taking place that early morning, could you ever tell that London's device was in the basement of the house?
When by the time I had got back to my baby father's house, she did FaceTime me. I don't believe he was in the room, but she FaceTimed me and she was in the room. I saw the red lights. She's sitting on bed. Yeah.
All right, when you say red lights, what do you mean by that?
He has red LED lights in his room.
Are the LED lights like attached to anything in the room?
I believe they're attached to the ceiling, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So this was another FaceTime call after the first one while you were driving?
Yes.
Okay. On the second FaceTime call, did London appear to be injured or hurt in some way?
No.
Okay. Throughout that night, okay, until you went to bed, did you ever receive any text messages from London?
Yes.
Okay, describe how that came about.
Not too long. I think, I'm not even sure if it was before or after the FaceTime call, but she did text my baby father's phone with a message saying something about,
Your response.
Well, I'm not offering for its truth.
Then I would ask what is being, then I would ask what is being offered for, Judge.
Well, I think it goes to the occupants of the room at the time the message was sent, not the content of the message. I'm not offering for that for its truth.
Mr. Johnson, you're saying.
I concur with Mr. Clements on this, Your Honor. This is hearsay, and he's getting into the details of the message. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't know of an exception to the hearsay rule that would allow that.
She's on the phone. She got a text message from her child's father that you want to use to show the location of the defendant at the time.
I want to use it to show who she was in contact with at the time the message was sent.
Overruled.
What did the text message say?
it says
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I know the court's already ruled, but this could be brought in through another witness. And it would not be hearsay because she could testify to who this was, that, you know, the person who potentially offered it or received it. And I think that would suffice. But again, I just want my objection noted that he's getting into the crux of it. And if he wants that, I think he could get that in through another witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
the message was like along the lines of, now this fat bitch is saying she doesn't trust me.
Did you ever respond to that text?
I'm not certain, I recall.
All right.
If so, I probably just asked, what are you talking about?
If you can remember, about how long after you got home did you get that message? Or was that message received on your baby father's phone?
Yeah, it was received on my baby father's phone, but it wasn't that long after we got home. We were still up, you know, we were pretty tired, but we were still up.
So do you think it was, if you know, was it within an hour of you returning back to the home? Was it 2 hours?
Definitely within an hour of us being home.
Okay. After that communication, did you ever have any communication with London after that?
No, we went to sleep. Now that I think about it, if the text may have been before the FaceTime call, I'm not really certain. I don't remember.
Okay. So you went to sleep.
Yes.
When did you wake up the next day?
I woke up around maybe like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
All right,
It
and
was late.
I said something that was confusing there.
Yes.
You went to bed still in the early morning hours of April 5th?
Yes, around like, yeah, when we got home, it was probably around like maybe going on 5. I'm not certain. I know it was early in the morning, maybe going on 6, I'm not sure.
So maybe around 5 o'clock in the morning, that's when you went to sleep. Is that true?
Timing, I'm not really certain, but it was definitely early in the morning, yes.
Okay. Then you went to sleep and you woke up at around 4 p.m. also on April 5th.
Correct.
All right. Now, when you woke up, did you do anything at some point after you woke up to try and talk to or communicate with London?
Yes, I called her phone maybe twice.
And was that like right when you got up or was it hours after you got up? Do you remember?
Maybe like, I would say maybe like 30 minutes after I got up, you know, I had to attend to my daughter and stuff, and get myself up.
Okay. Now, when you tried communicating with her, did she ever answer the phone?
No, it went straight to voicemail.
Did you ever try and send her like text messages or social media messages that weren't verbal?
Yes,
Did she ever respond to any of those messages?
no.
So what did you do after you weren't able to get in touch with her?
I started, you know, like wondering, like, it's late, this isn't like her, why is she not taking or answering the phone? Her phone, she doesn't let her phone go dead, that's one thing about her. So then my baby father recommended, hey, why don't you look at her location? I looked at her location.
All right, so let's break this down for a sec.
Right.
Did you or London have a setting on their phones which would allow you to see the location of your devices?
Yes,
Okay. And what program did you use in order to try and see the device locations?
meaning the app.
Yeah.
It was called Find My, I believe.
Okay.
Find My iPhone, something that much.
So when you tried to find out where the location of London's device was, what did you find or see?
It was said that she was at some elementary school or near some trailer parks in Westland, Michigan.
Now, did you think that was unusual?
Yes,
Why is that?
because I dropped her off in Inkster. Her orientation was in Radford.
All right, you've made reference to an orientation right now. What does that mean?
Orientation meaning she had an orientation for the job the next morning. Jim said that he would take her to it. It was at Little Caesar's Pizza in Radford, Michigan.
Okay, so she had like she had an appointment with her job. Had she just started working at this job?
She didn't even start working there yet. Orientation is, you know, like getting your shirts and stuff, you know.
Okay.
You know, so,
And the location of this business was in Redford.
yes.
So did you have any reason why that device would be at a field in Westland?
I wasn't certain. That's why I was so eager to figure out.
All right, so what did you do after you saw that?
I called my mom. I let her know what was going on, you know, like London was answering her phone. And I dropped my baby off to my mother to then go to the location in Westland.
All right, and so did you go to the location where it indicated the device was?
Yes,
Did you see London there when you got there?
no,
Did you find her device when you got there?
no.
All right, so what did you do after you didn't see London or the phone there?
We went to his house,
When you say his,
or his grandfather's house.
you mean Jalen Pendergrass's?
Correct.
So that's in Inkster?
Yes,
So when you did you go to the same house that you'd gone to earlier that day?
yes,
And when you went there, did you see London there?
no,
Did you see her phone there?
no.
So what did you do when you got there?
When I got there, instantly I seen his mother coming from or she was in the backyard, but as I was getting out the car, she was walking down the driveway.
All right, now when you say his mother, whose mother are you talking about?
Jalen Pendergrass.
All right, this person that you referred to, do you see them in court today?
The mother?
Yes.
Yes,
Can you point to that person and describe what they're wearing? Okay, and what is the person wearing?
green and white.
Now, there are multiple people here wearing green and white. Is she the person closest to me or farthest away from me?
Closest.
For the record, the witness is identified Charla Pendergrass.
Purple, sorry.
Now, before that day, had you ever met Charla Pendergrass before?
I've met her maybe like once.
Okay, where was that at?
It was at the house he used to stay at with his mother.
Okay. So when you first saw her, was she outside or was she inside the house?
When I first saw her at the grandparents' house,
Yes.
she was outside in the backyard on the phone.
Did you talk to her?
When she came down the driveway as I was walking up, yes.
Okay, and what, did you ask her anything or what did you say to her?
I was basically saying, where's London? Have you seen her? She's not answering the phone.
And what was Charla's response to that?
She said, no, I haven't seen her.
Okay. Did she say anything about London besides I haven't seen her?
Well, I really don't recall. I know I was getting pretty rowdy because it's my younger sister and I dropped her off here last night and you're here, you don't live here. And I'm asking where my younger sister is. And you as a mother, you know, expecting you to know, you know.
Did you ever ask her if you could talk to Jalen?
Yes, I did.
What was her response to that?
She said, no, he has work, I'm not waking him up.
Okay. How did this conversation between you and Charla Pendergrass end?
She walked away and at the end, she had walked away and ended up going to go get him, I believe.
Okay.
She was standing outside.
Now, from you having this conversation with her, did it seem as if she was trying to help you, or how would you describe her behavior?
I object, that would be speculation from what they didn't see. I think the second part of the question is, okay, if he's asking about what her observation was, but whether or not it seemed like she was doing something would be speculation.
Response?
Well, I don't think it's speculation. She can testify about her impressions of her behavior and her demeanor.
You asked that, but not that it seemed those are two different things.
Do you want to rephrase the question? Sustain.
What did you observe about her behavior and demeanor when you talked to her?
At first, when I was talking to her, I don't know, it seemed like her voice was pretty shaky when she was on the phone. I don't know what that was about, but it did seem like she was lying. She said something along the lines of,
Objection, move to strike, and so that would be speculation, and I would move to strike that. It seemed like she was lying, it's total speculation.
Well, I mean,
Same difference.
Then the objection would be relevant, Judge.
Overruled.
what about what she said made you think she was lying to you?
she said London walked off.
All right, so this is what I want to ask you about now. Earlier, you testified that she just told you that she hadn't seen London, correct?
Correct.
So how did it come about that she said that London walked off?
She said, you know, she was basically trying to say that London does a lot, or it was a lot going on, or something had happened to where there was a lot of yelling or something. I'm not really certain, but she did end up saying that London had walked off.
Okay, so
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to make a standing objection at this particular time to any statements being made allegedly by the co-defendant being impugned against Mr. Pendergrass until the prosecutors laid a foundation for the conspiracy.
So this conversation where she goes into more details about London and what happened, was that during the same conversation where you're talking to her after she's coming out from the backyard?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. So do you remember it all? If you can, what type of question did you ask in order for her to start telling you about there was a lot going on?
I don't recall. It was, I'm not sure.
Do you recall her saying anything else other than what you've testified about, you know, there being a lot going on and London walking off? Remember her saying anything else?
She was basically trying to say that she has offered London Ubers before, you know, to go home. I was, you know, wondering why they got into it, why she didn't call me, and or why didn't Jalen take her home.
Okay, and she mentioned something about she had offered London Ubers in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that you can remember her saying?
That's pretty much it. I'm not really certain as of right now.
Okay. But you said that eventually she went inside and you thought she was going to get Jalen?
Yes, she did.
Okay, did Jalen ever come out of the house?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Jalen?
Yes.
Did you ask him where your sister London was?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said he wasn't speaking much. I think he said, I don't know, or I'm not sure. I don't know.
He wasn't speaking much?
He
Was
wasn't
that
speaking much.
like, does that mean he wasn't like answering your questions? What do you mean by that?
Meaning he was very like just down. He seemed like, I don't know, just like shy or something. I'm not sure.
Do you recall him saying anything else other than what you just testified about outside when you were talking to him on April 5th?
Jalen Pendergrass,
Yes.
he said, I really don't remember what he was saying, because like I said, he wasn't saying much. He didn't say much, but all I know is that I did ask him, if your mother wasn't here, would you have taken London home? Because she did say that she didn't let him take her home. And he answered yes.
Okay. While you're there, had the police been called, or did you call the police after you talked to the both Pendergrasses?
I believe the father of my child's mother called the police.
Okay.
I didn't call the police, I know very much.
Did the police ever arrive when you were there?
No,
Okay. Did you ever leave the area on Carlisle?
yes,
And did you communicate with any police officers after you left Carlisle?
yes, we had came back
Back to where?
to the house in Carlisle,
All right, so let's break this down real quickly.
right?
You were at Carlisle, you had this conversation, and then you left.
Yes, I only left because she was trying to leave.
Okay. When you say she, who are you talking about?
Charla Pendergrass,
Okay. You said she was trying to leave. What makes you say she was trying to leave?
she kept saying she had to go pick up medicine for one of the grandparents, I'm not sure. But my baby father, he didn't think that was like,
Objection to what her baby father called.
That's fine, Your Honor. So without telling me what he was saying or thinking, did Charla Pendergrass ever leave?
yes,
Okay. Why did that make you leave?
my sister is missing. I don't know what she's trying to do. I'm not sure of the word, but just.
So
She's trying to make sure.
where did you go?
I believe we had pulled up to a Dollar General, I think it was a Dollar General.
Okay. Was that in Inkster or some other place?
It was in Easter, it was not that far from the house on Carlisle Street.
So you go there.
Yeah.
After you're there, do you go back to Carlisle Street?
Yes,
All right. When you returned back to Carlisle Street, had the police, were they already there, or did they come when you came back the second time?
they were there when we came back,
Okay. And did you talk to the police then?
yes.
Okay. Do you remember what your sister's phone number was?
Yes,
What was her phone number?
313-680-2421.
After you dropped her off in the early morning of April 5th, did you ever see your sister alive again after that day?
No,
After the FaceTime conversations and the text messages, did you ever communicate with your sister after what you described here in court today?
no,
In your experience, did you ever know your sister to just, disappear for days or weeks at a time without having any communication with you?
never,
Okay. Had you ever known her to just run away and disappear without communicating with anyone?
never.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Hatcher.
Good morning.
Ms. Hatcher, my name's Terry Johnson. I represent Ms. Charla Pendergrass. I'm going to ask you some questions about the 5th and some other questions that Mr. DeCrazia asked you as well. At any time you don't understand, just say, I don't understand, or stop me, okay? That a yes?
Yes.
Okay, you have to say yes or no so we can take all this down, okay?
I got you.
Okay. I want to go back to the morning of April 5th. You testified that you picked up London from your mother's house, correct?
Correct.
And then you went to your baby daddy's house in Highland Park, correct?
No, his sister's house.
His sister's house, thank you. And you chilled for a while, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what does chill mean?
We were just chilling, just talking. Really. I think they smoked, you know. That was about it.
Okay, when you say smoked, what are you referring to? Marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And did everybody smoke marijuana then?
Not me.
You didn't smoke marijuana?
No.
Okay. London smoked?
I believe so.
Okay. What about, did you guys drink?
Not me. I didn't.
Okay, what about the other people?
I'm pretty sure my baby daddy maybe took a shot, and I know his sister was drinking prior to us even getting.
Okay, what about London? Did she have anything to drink? If you remember?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Okay. And how long were you chilling in Highland Park before you came to house on Carlisle?
We were there for maybe 3 hours or so. I really certain it was pretty late when we left behind that.
Okay, and it's your testimony that London had an orientation the next day, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know what time that orientation was scheduled to be?
10 a.m. I
Okay.
believe.
Okay. And do you know where in Redford? I don't need the address, but do you know which Little Caesars in Redford?
Not specifically. I just know it was in Redford. I know exactly where it is, just not the address or what room it is.
Okay, so let's go back for a minute. You mentioned that London had Jalen's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm kind of confused about something. You said that you were taking her out for an orientation, correct?
I was going to.
You were going to?
Originally, she was going to spend the night with me until when we left the sister's house. She asked me to take her to Jalen's house.
Okay. Had she communicated with Jalen at any point that, hey, I'm coming out here and I want you to take me to the orientation?
I'm not certain.
Okay. But that plan changed, correct? Because you just said you were going to take her to the orientation, and at some point after you guys were chilling, London made the decision to go to Inkster, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you guys get out there, fair to say, well, that would be speculation. Let me ask a different way. When you get to the house, London got out, you stated London got out of the car first, correct?
Correct.
London didn't take her things, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why London didn't take her things?
No, I'm pretty sure she was just trying to make sure she was able to get in the house first.
Okay. So the house for a while, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as I make sure I understand your testimony, you stated you went around the front to look for a key?
Yeah,
Had you done that before?
no.
Why would you look for a key? I'm just curious.
She asked me to.
Okay. And Mr. DeGrazzi asked you also about this house. This house has a back door, which you were at, correct?
Yes.
And has a front door, correct?
Yes.
Did anybody knock on the front door?
No.
Why didn't you knock on the front door?
I'm assuming because his room is in the basement.
Okay, but I'm not asking what someone else did. I'm asking why you didn't knock on the front door.
I don't usually knock on the front door.
How many times have you been to that house in Inkster on Carlisle?
I'm not sure. once before, but I don't think it was many times after that.
Okay, when you say once before, when was this once before?
It was like maybe the year before on his birthday. No, yeah, I think so, yeah.
So you hadn't been, just so I'm clear, you hadn't been in that house in a year, correct?
Other than dropping her off now.
Okay. And in the past, when you dropped her off, had she, to your knowledge, communicated with someone, hey, I'm on my way over here, I'll be there in a few? Had she done that before?
Not to my knowledge. As of that night, no.
I want to go back. She left her things, you said she left her things, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you and her got out of the car.
Yes,
Did she grab her things at that point?
not at that point.
Okay, and you're banging on the door, both of you at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why was it so important that you got in that house that day?
I'm not sure she wanted to be there, so I was just trying to make sure she got in.
Okay. I mean, did you say to her, he's not answering the phone, he's not coming to the door, I'm gonna take you back home? Did you have that conversation?
No, but her phone was in the car. We never called him when we arrived. She had his phone.
So when you're knocking on the door, you in London, are you saying anything, or are you just knocking?
We're just knocking.
You're not, hey, it's London, hey, it's Jake, you're not saying anything.
No.
And you also stated, when Mr. Grazi asked you some questions, you figured I'm assuming he is Mr. Pendergrass, was sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to this orientation in the next morning. What's the longest, I'll strike that. This orientation, you just stated you knew where it was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You stated it was at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, around that time.
Okay. Did you ever, when you did not hear from your sister, contact this establishment in Redford and say, did my sister come up here today?
Yes, I tried.
When did you try this?
I think it was when I had woke up around that time, maybe, like, no, it was for sure on the 5th.
Okay, so when
Before I left the house.
so before you left the house, you called up there to this Little Caesars and said, did my sister show up today?
Yes, I was asking, hey, did London Tommy show up here? She had an orientation. But she wasn't answering the phone.
Did you get an answer?
They said no.
And how many times in the past have you met my client, Ms. Pendergrass?
Maybe like once before.
When was that?
That was at, I believe it was her residence. I'm not sure where it was specifically.
It was not the residence in Inkster, correct?
No,
And when you met her, how much time did you spend with her?
not that much time. It was just an introduction.
So it was a hi, how are you?
Yeah, she offered us, I think it was ice cream or something. We getting ice cream out the fridge or something.
Okay, would you say that interaction that you had with Ms. Pendergrass lasted 3 minutes or less?
Not really, but she was talking to Jalen, I believe, when we were just there.
Okay, but I'm talking about your interaction with Ms. Pendergrass, not anybody else's.
No,
Okay, how long would you say prior to April 5th, how much time had you interacted with Ms. Charla Pendergrass?
not that much time.
Okay,
Very little.
very little.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you make statements about she was nervous and other things, you really don't know her well enough to know whether she's nervous or not, correct?
I don't know her enough, but the
Thank you.
look is familiar.
You say the look is familiar, but you
You
don't,
can tell when someone is anxious and or nervous. It's not that hard.
do you know what else was going on in her life that day?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what else was going on in her life that day?
No.
Okay, and you mentioned it was getting rowdy. I'm sorry, I was getting rowdy,
Correct.
meaning you.
Yes.
Okay. So when you did she appear nervous at that point?
I'm not sure. My judgment was clouded because I was just trying to figure out what my younger sister is.
Okay, and you didn't like the answer that Ms. Pendergrass gave you, correct?
No.
And then you started becoming rowdy, correct?
Not really. Sort of kind of like trying to just understand what she was saying. I wasn't understanding because I dropped her off at that house last night or the morning, and she's not here now.
Right, but you have the location app on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And that location app pinged in Westland, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what led you to believe? And let me ask the question before I get there. What time did that location ping in Westland?
I'm not sure of the time. It's on the screenshot though.
Can we stipulate, Mr. DeGrasse, to approximately 9:48?
So I'd like to obviously be cooperative here, but the issue is, there could be phone testimony that talks about communication with the tower. The last communication with the tower was not in Westland. So I don't know why it's being in Westland or what the conflict is there. So that's why I don't want to agree to that right now.
Well, I'll ask it this way. I'm just going to her state of mind. So I'll withdraw and ask it this way. It was the morning, correct? Would you agree with that?
The time when her phone was
Yes.
there, I would believe so.
Okay, so you wake up, you see her phone that pinged in Westland at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you go to Inkster to ask questions, correct?
After I went to the location.
Okay,
Where her phone's being.
right. Did you go to anybody's house around that school where that phone pinged and say, did you see my sister? Here's a picture of her.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay, did you ever tell the police this?
That we were checking the location.
That you went to other people's houses?
I believe so.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
And let me ask you this, in addition to that, did you go to the Westland Police Department and say, my sister's phone last pinged here, did you do that?
Not the Westland Police Department. I believe they were called though, and we were checking out the area later that night.
Okay, so you went, just so I'm clear, you went to Westland, saw an open field, and then you went to Inkster?
Correct.
Okay,
But I looked around, we got out of the car, we were there for maybe almost an hour.
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you say that again, please?
I said we were there for almost an hour looking around, asking questions.
Okay, who did you ask questions of?
Well, as we were trying to get to the school, there's like trailer park homes around the area, and there were kids. I was asking, could you get your parents? We were trying to ask questions about my younger sister, who was not answering the phone and stuff. And they said that she's pinging here. So.
And you also mentioned one other thing that my client was trying to leave, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and are you aware that there were elderly grandparents in the house?
Yes.
Okay, were you aware that Ms. Pendergrass left and came back in a short amount of time?
Yes, I followed her.
Oh, you followed her?
Correct.
Why did you follow her?
I wasn't certain where she was going. I didn't know she was lying. I don't know. I followed her.
Is this before or after you called Inkster Police?
I didn't call, but they were there.
I'm sorry?
I never called Inkster Police.
Okay. So how long did you follow Ms. Pendergrass?
Until she got to the location.
What location?
I believe it was the Dollar General.
Okay. And did you confront her at the Dollar General?
No, she came up and asked if we had $10.
Ms. Pendergrass asked you if you had $10?
Yes. She was laughing, saying she forgot her purse.
What other conversations did you have with her there?
Nothing really. We told her we didn't have it.
Did you follow her back to her house?
Yes. Well, the grandparents' house.
Did you talk to the grandparents?
No,
Why not?
they never came outside.
Did you ask for them?
No.
I have no further questions at this time.
Am I able to stay here?
Go to the podium, just
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'm gonna ask you some questions. I promise you I will not ask the same things that you've already answered, okay?
Okay.
Now, if I do ask you a question that you don't understand, let me know. I'll try to ask you a better question, okay?
Okay.
Now, one of the things that you indicated to Mr. Johnson is that you don't believe that London was drinking the night that you were chilling. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. When you had an opportunity after this happened to your sister, this unfortunate event, did you have an opportunity to meet some detectives in a vehicle?
Detectives in a vehicle?
Yes, particularly this gentleman here was seated in the back seat with a young lady in the front driver's seat.
I don't recall.
May I approach you? Just tell me if this is you.
Oh, yes, that's me.
Okay. Do you recall telling that detective, the female detective, that on that particular day that London may have had a shot of Terramina?
Oh, then that might be accurate.
Okay. Do you think that what you said in this interview is accurate, or do you remember now better, or do you think that what you said here would be more accurate?
I'm not certain. I would have to see.
Okay. I'm gonna play a little bit for you and see if this refreshes your recollection, okay?
That night before,
If you dropped her off.
I know she probably one shot, but she was not drunk.
Okay.
You know,
Were you talking about the evening that you dropped her off, or the early morning hours?
Yes.
And that would be the night before in the evening at the address where you guys were chilling. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did it appear to you, or was it your understanding that there was a plan for her to go to Mr. Pendergrass's house, or was this kind of a spur of the moment thing?
Yeah, like when we got into the car and we were leaving, it was just brought up, hey, can you take me to Jalen's house?
Okay. You'd agree you're older than London, correct?
Correct.
What's the gap in age between the two of you?
Well, she would be 18 as of right now, and I'm 20 years old, so I was saying 22. I'm not sure.
Okay. At the particular time,
I'm sorry.
so a couple of years, is that fair to say?
Maybe a year and a half or two. I'm not sure.
At the particular time that you were traveling to the house on Carlisle Street or in Inkster, it's about 4 o'clock in the morning, fair to say?
Around that time, yes.
Okay. Did you ever get the impression that perhaps your sister was not welcomed at the location?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, the fact that they weren't answering, well, he wasn't answering the door, I just assumed he was asleep, not that she wasn't welcome.
Because this wasn't a predetermined meetup. You already testified to that, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And then you get to the location and then you go to the rear of the door. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning and no one's answering, correct?
Correct.
There was no phone call that you had an opportunity to hear in the moments leading up or the drive over, fair to say?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then once you get to the particular house, there's a particular point where Jalen calls London's phone and you answer, correct?
When I got to the car, yeah.
At that particular time, did it appear to you that Mr. Pendergrass wanted London there?
It didn't seem like he didn't want her. It seemed like he was just trying to make sure it was her outside.
Okay. One of the things that you also testified to on direct examination is that it was unlike London to not contact you, correct?
Correct.
And to not communicate with you, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you communicated fairly often?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever known your sister to use methamphetamine?
No.
And you told the detectives that, correct?
They never asked.
You don't recall the detective specifically asking you whether or not London ever used meth?
Oh, no. I mean, if they did the video, then there's your proof.
But nonetheless, your answer to that was no, correct?
No.
Okay, so if she tested positive for methamphetamine, that would be something that would be surprising to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you talk about how she normally behaved or things that she normally did, that doesn't include moments where she's intoxicated, correct?
Meaning?
Meaning that she could act differently if she's under the influence of methamphetamine and or alcohol.
Not really.
Okay.
London is pretty blunt, a straightforward person.
What I'm getting at is, ma'am, is you're making conclusions based upon when you've observed her and how she functions with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the particular date and time is your testimony that she had, well, now it's your testimony that she had some alcohol but was not drunk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you're making assessments based upon how she presented while you were with her, fair to say?
Obviously, yes.
Okay. Did you ever get the impression when you communicated with her later on after you dropped her off that she was either inebriated or under the influence of any type of substance?
Not really.
Okay. Did she ever seem to be upset, hysterical, afraid at all?
No.
Now the text message.
At that day?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now the text message communication that you testified to about direct examination with Mr. DeGrazia, that text was sent to Saquon's phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you see the text?
Yes.
Okay. Did he bring you the phone afterwards and ask when you saw the text? Or did you just have his phone?
No, we were next to each other. I seen the text message. He was like, hey, man, text me.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So,
Yeah, basically.
okay. So you essentially, right when he gets it, he shows it to you, correct?
Yes.
Was there any concern that you had at that particular time based upon that text message?
Not really. No, not really.
Do you recall whether or not this was whether or not this was a weekend or whether or not this was a weekday?
I'm not certain what day it fell on.
Was London in school at this particular point in time?
No, I'm not sure. I know she was doing some online classes. I'm really not certain though. I believe so. I'm not sure.
Did the two of you live together at the time of this incident?
I was really most like I'm staying with the father of my child, and she was living with my mother.
Okay, so you weren't in the home, fair to say.
No, when I picked her up, no, I was at a different residence.
How would you describe the nature of the relationship between London and Jalen?
On and off, I really don't know how to describe it. Maybe unhealthy.
Okay. Did it ever come to your attention that Mr. Pendergrass had another girlfriend?
I think I'm not sure about another girlfriend. I know there were other girls.
Okay. When you responded back to the location after having gone to the area in Westland where the phone was pinging, there was a particular point in time where the police responded to the location, correct?
I'm sorry, the question was?
When you got back to the home in Inkster, after you had gone to the field in Westland,
Yes.
the police responded to the location, correct?
Not. The police were there after we followed Charla back to the house.
And then when you arrived, the police were there.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see them go inside the home
Not immediately.
at any point in time?
I believe they went in maybe later on that night. I'm not certain. It may have been sometime after that. I'm certain.
When you say later on that night, this is not in the morning hours when you.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure if they went in that day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me ask a more centered question. After going to the field in Westland, what time was it approximately when you went back to the home on Carlisle and Inkster?
You said after going to Westland?
Yes.
It was immediately after, so maybe we were there maybe like a 15-minute drive or so from where that was at, and the house was, I believe, on.
Are you able to give us an approximate time if you know?
I'm not certain, maybe around 15 minutes.
Okay, but it's not in the evening though, correct?
In the evening,
Yes, it's not in the evening.
it wasn't dark outside, if that's what you're asking.
Certainly, I'm trying to get a ballpark. Okay, you get there and there's no sign of your sister, correct?
No.
Okay. I'm not anything further, Judge, thank you.
Excuse me, so much.
People call it financial worker.
For the first meeting. Please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Okay. Speak loudly, clearly, and
Good morning. Could you please state your name? All right, ma'am. Now, I want to ask you about some events that occurred, well, starting on October 15th of last year. Do you remember talking with some police officers that day?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And was that kind of car in the area of 49141 Paloma Drive in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what had caused you to be at that address on that day?
I was there to see Jalen.
You were there to see Jalen?
Mm.
Okay, so one thing I have to ask you, a couple of things. One, you have to speak really loudly so that people can hear you. I know you probably think you're talking in your normal voice, but it's very important that people hear you, okay? So really try and speak up loudly, even though there's a microphone. The other thing too is the court reporter who's writing down what we're saying, she can't write down things like uh-huh or shaking her head. You have to use words, okay?
Okay.
All right, now you mentioned Jalen. Who are you talking about when you say Jalen?
Jalen Pendergrass.
All right, how did you know Jalen Pendergrass?
We dated.
You dated. All right, do you see Jalen Pendergrass in court today?
Yes.
All right, can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Green and white.
All right, is he, now there are people wearing green and white in the courtroom. Is he closest to me or farthest away from me?
Farthest.
Okay, for the record, the witness has identified the defendant. Now, you said that the two of you had dated each other?
Yes.
All right, when did you first start dating or talking with Jalen Pendergrass?
Sometime in 2024.
2024?
Yes.
And how did you first meet him or talk to him?
At work.
All right, and eventually after you first started talking to each other, did you start a romantic relationship with him?
Yes.
Now, were the two of you like ever exclusive, like you're only seeing each other, or were you dating other people at the time?
We was on and off, but as far as I know, when we was exclusive, it was nobody else.
All right. Now, did there come a point in time where you started living in the same house with Jalen?
Yes.
And when was that?
July of this year or last year.
July 2025?
Mm.
And how long do you think you lived with him for?
A couple months.
All right. Now, as of October 15th of last year, were you still living with Jalen?
No.
Okay. When you were living with Jalen, was anyone else living in the house that you were with Jalen in?
Yes, his mom.
All right. Do you see his mother in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to that person and describe what they're wearing?
Green and white.
All right. Is she closest to me or farthest away?
Closest.
The record, the witness is
Right,
identified.
sorry.
Now, when you were dating Jalen, okay, did you ever become aware of any other women or ex-girlfriends that he was having some issues with or conflict with?
Yes,
How did you become aware of that?
I was tagged in the Instagram story and then she texted me.
All right. Now, do you know what the name of this person was?
The username was just messy ass baby mama.
Okay.
I didn't know her name at the time.
So, when you say the username, are you saying that were you looking at somebody else's phone where it had that username, or?
On my phone, the account that had tagged me, that was the username.
Okay. Later on, did you ever find out the name of that person?
Yes,
Was the name of that person London Thomas?
yes,
Now, before she started interacting with you, had you ever known of her or talked to her before that?
no,
Okay. Now, the interactions that she sent you, I mean, were they friendly? Were they angry? Can you just describe, without telling me what they were, describe the nature of them?
At first, they wasn't really angry. The anger was more directed towards him, and I was just in the middle of it. And it was basically just her being mad that Jalen was showing attention to my kid and not the kid that she allegedly was pregnant with.
Okay, so earlier you said her comments were directed at him. By him, do you mean Jalen?
Yes,
All right, and did you become aware that this person who's later identified as London Thomas was claiming that she was pregnant by Jalen?
what's the question?
At some point, did you become aware that this woman was claiming that she was pregnant with a child by Jalen?
Yes, and I was tagged in the Instagram story, so that's what she was saying.
Okay. What did Jalen ever say about this girl when you were tagged in these conversations?
Before I even saw it, he called me, he said, "Don't pay no attention to it, she lying."
Okay. On or about sometime in late April of last year, did you become aware that Jalen had been arrested?
Yes,
Okay. After he got arrested, did you become aware that he was released from jail?
yes,
Okay. Had you been living with Jalen after he got released from jail? Like, had you already been living with him at that time?
no,
Okay. Did you ever ask him about why he had been in jail and what that was all about?
I didn't have to. I seen it like on social media and stuff.
Okay, so what did he tell you about that?
When he got out, he told me that basically the police was just trying to find somebody to blame me. He got nothing to do with it.
Okay, and by it, what did you understand it was about?
Nothing going missing.
Okay. Did you ever have any FaceTime conversations with Jalen after he was released from custody in April, where he talked about why he had been in jail and about London?
Yes,
Okay, what did he say over FaceTime about it?
nothing specifically, just pretty much like song lyrics and hand gestures.
All right, you said song lyrics. So was Jalen a fan of the musician NBA Youngboy?
Yes,
Okay, so when he's referencing song lyrics, was it by that musician?
yes,
What song lyrics did he reference?
she was playing with the slimes.
Playing with the slimes? Is that a yes?
Yes,
Now, what did you understand a slime to be?
somebody you care about, somebody you love.
Okay. You said he was making some gestures?
Yes,
What gesture did he make?
this. Like this.
Okay, you just made a gesture with your hand across your throat.
Yes,
So like a throat slashing gesture?
yes,
And that was part of the same conversation where he referenced these song lyrics?
yes.
Did he ever encourage you to listen to a particular lyric in one of NBA Youngboy's songs?
Yes. Put the bitch up in the trunk, her family never see her again.
Okay. After that conversation, did you talk with him again, maybe about a week later, about what happened?
Yes,
Okay, describe how that conversation came about.
we couldn't really talk about it on the phone, so we agreed to talk in person, or just like see each other in person. And I went to his house and I asked him like, what exactly happened.
All right, so when you say we couldn't talk about it on the phone, who said you couldn't talk about it on the phone?
Jalen,
Okay. And so when you went to his house, did you have this conversation in the house or somewhere else?
somewhere else,
Why didn't you talk about it in the house?
because he was worried that it was bugged.
That the house was bugged?
Yes,
Okay. So where did you go with Jalen?
he was walking down Inkster Road.
Okay, and so what happened in this conversation?
He told me what happened that night.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning. What did he tell you about it?
That she had stole his phone. Well, okay. When she first got there, he told me that I was asking about a video that she had sent me because I was confused on why she was even there in the first place, and from what I knew, they was broken up. He told me that he didn't want her there. She got to the house. She lied to, I think, his aunt and said that while he was out there dashing, he said that it was okay if she waited in the house for him to get back. When he got back to the house, she was there and he called his mom to come put her out.
Okay. Now, is this incident he's talking about with his aunt and putting her out of the house, is this prior to his phone being taken from him?
This is before.
Okay. So did he describe this event where the phone got taken from him?
No, he just said that when she left, him and his mom looked everywhere for the phone. They couldn't find it, and they assumed that she had it.
Okay, so did he ever describe her coming back to the house later on, early in the morning?
Yes.
So describe what he told you.
He was asleep. He woke up to banging on the door. He was defensive because he didn't know who it was. And then he called London. He just said he called her or heard her say something. Once he figured out that it was her, he talked to her sister and the baby father, her sister. They told him to let her in, and they did that because they was worried that she would cause commotion outside and it would be caught on the ring camera or something.
So,
To get the phone back.
okay, so he said that he let her in the house?
Yes.
And did he tell you why he let her in the house?
So that she wouldn't stir drama outside and the neighbors wouldn't be involved.
Did he ever tell you that he wanted her to give him his phone back?
Yes.
Okay. So, did he ever tell you whether he went with London anywhere inside his house?
Yes, he said they went to the basement.
And did he ever mention that his mother came to the house?
Yes.
Okay, so what did he say about that?
I was asking him, well, how did she get in the house? And did she walk in there by herself? He said she walked in with his mom. He waited for his mom to get there, and she walked in with her. She let her in.
Okay. And after he told you that they went in the basement, did he mention whether anything happened while they were in the basement?
Yes, he said that London and his mom got into it.
got
They
into it?
started fighting and arguing.
Okay. You said that he told you that they started fighting while they were in the basement?
Yes, he said London swung on his mom and then swung on him. And London and his mom in the tussling and she fell through a table.
Who fell through a table?
London.
And did he tell you that the table broke?
Yes.
So what happened after the table broke?
He said he took the leg to the table and kept hitting her with it, trying to get the password to her phone and trying to figure out where his phone was. She wouldn't tell him.
Okay. So he told you he started hitting London with the table leg?
Yes,
Did he tell you where he was hitting London with the table leg?
everywhere.
Okay. Did he mention any specific parts of her body or no?
No, he just said everywhere.
But he said that he was trying to get the password from his phone from her
Yes,
while he was beating her?
and for her phone and asking him where his phone was.
Okay.
He had found her phone, he looked through her back, but not his phone. He was trying to go through her phone and get his phone back.
Okay. What happened after he was hitting her with the table leg? Did he tell you?
He said that she asked to lay down.
Okay. She asked Jalen,
Jalen, can I lay down now?
and what did Jalen tell you that how he responded to that?
He said, yes, but I gotta tie you up because I don't trust you.
Okay. He said, I have to tie you up because I don't trust you.
Yes.
Did he ever describe where his mother, did Jalen ever tell you where his mother was while this was happening?
He said she was in the room. And
Okay.
that she told him that that was enough. I just stopped it.
Okay. Did he ever tell you about any other conversations he had with his mother?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
When she was on the bed, he said he stepped out of the room and went to talk to her to ask her what he should do now.
And what was the response?
I want you to get mad.
And his mother told Jalen that?
Yes.
Did he tell you that she told him anything else?
Together.
Okay. So what did he tell you that he did in response?
He told me that he pulled her off the bed. He stepped till she fell.
Okay. Did he tell you where this happened?
Yes, like in front of the bed.
Okay. Did he tell you what happened after she fell, as he described?
Yeah, he said that his mom grabbed her and put her in the plastic bag and taped it up.
Okay. Did he ever say what they did with the bin?
Yes, he said his mom called over her friends and had him call first. He said that they took it to the Paloma address until the friend came and moved it to the car that was in.
Okay. Did he say anything more about that night other than what you described?
Yeah, that he thought his sister and baby dad was trying to set him up and that there was no orientation. That was a story that they had came up with. He said when he went through the phone, he seen that.
No, I'm sorry, can we ever speak up a little? I'm having a hard
Can you
time.
just keep your voice up a little? He said that there was no orientation and he thought that the sister and the baby dad was trying to set him up or something because he went through the phone. He seen that London had texted either his sister or baby dad, y'all messed up the plan.
Okay. Now, did he ever talk to you in this conversation that you're describing here when you're outside? Did he ever mention anything about London lying about the pregnancy?
Yes, he said also when he went through the phone, he seen that she was texting another dude saying that she was also pregnant by him, also asking him for abortion money.
Okay. Did he say anything else about that? How that made him feel?
That he was mad about it.
So this conversation took place outside. Was it at the Paloma address or some other address?
Inkster address was walking away from the Inkster house, down Inkster.
But if we think of when he was released from jail, how soon after he was released from jail do you think this conversation took place?
Well, it wasn't the first time. I think it was the second time he was released, and maybe a week after that.
Okay. After this conversation, did you ever have another conversation with him where you asked him for details about what happened with London?
I don't think I pretty much asked after that. It was just him.
All right. So in like July of 2025, did he give you another version of what happened?
Yes.
Right. How did this conversation come about? What was the context of this?
I had seen him crying, and I asked him why he was crying, and he told me that he was worried about his mom. I asked him why, and he told me that because the first version of the story that he told me, nothing was true about it, and he told me a whole different version.
All right, what was the second version he told you?
That everything was pretty much the same up until like when they get in the house, but once she had hit him and stuff started to get physical, he just went upstairs and put his headphones on. He didn't want to deal with it, and then he came back down. She was just laying on the floor, and he asked his mom what happened.
All right, so when he's talking about her lying on the floor, did he tell you that she was already dead when that happened?
He didn't say if she was dead or not. He just said she wasn't when she was laid out.
Okay, and in this version, did Jalen ever tell you that he participated in any assault or physical contact with London?
No, he said that part wasn't true either.
Okay. So in this version, did he tell you about anything that happened after he went downstairs and he saw his mother there in London?
Yeah, he still said that after he asked her what happened, she just asked him to help put her in the bin.
Okay. That his mother asked him to help her with the bin?
Yes.
Okay. Any other details about in the second version that you can remember?
That's pretty much it, just that he went upstairs there after the stuff started getting too heated, put his headphones on. By the time he came back down, London was on the floor.
All right. Now, throughout this period of time, let me ask you this question first. Look, Jalen has told you about these circumstances, and at that time, did you know that the police had investigated the case?
Yes.
Why didn't you call the police and tell them about what Jalen had told you?
He was really all I had at the time.
At the time, in these months, in like mid 2025, did you have like a stable place to stay?
No.
Did you have any friends or family members who were offering to let you stay with them?
No, just my baby father, but we was on and on.
Okay, so was Jalen the person who was helping you?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, were you in love with Jalen, or were you just like, was this just like a friend that was doing favors for you? What was your relationship with him?
I loved him. I cared about him a lot.
Okay. Now, also in this period of time, did you ever ask Charla about Jalen's mother about what happened that night?
No.
Did she ever say anything about London or about the case or anything like that?
No, she did. She didn't say nothing about London directly, just everything that they was going through with the police.
When you observed Jalen and Charla's relationship, was there anything odd about that?
Yeah.
Objection vague.
Overruled. I just think that she babied him a lot,
Did you ever hear Charla ever say anything about committing suicide?
I didn't hear it myself, but Jalen called me on the phone and said that she had asked him if I killed myself, if I jumped in the lake, would you jump with me?
Okay. That's something Jalen told you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't want to get into specifics, but did anything else ever happen between you and Jalen where you could have called the police, but you decided not to?
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't you call the police on those other occasions?
What occasions?
I'll move on.
I don't have any questions.
All right, Mr. Johnson, your call?
Okay.
Yeah, right?
Please.
Ms. Wilkerson, we're gonna have you step down, we'll just get a short break.
Thank you.
10 minutes? 10 minutes? All right, we'll read.
All rise. You may be seated. Very well. Bye. Anyone else who needs a break, you can go outside and go to the restroom, get water or whatever, because you're not going to be allowed to come back and forth. We usually don't do that. I don't know why it happened, but you have to be escorted out of the courtroom. My prostate is good right now.
I'm grateful. I'm glad.
Yeah. How old is he now?
He's 4.
Go.
I know. He's going.
Don't play with that.
No. It's the most preventable.
Also, let everyone know. Well, I'll talk. First. Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Old stuff.
Get set up here. So. What's the frequency? 42,500.
All rise. We're just
She said be seated.
I'm sorry, I said be seated, I'm so sorry. Okay, now Mr. Johnson is back. It's my understanding there's been a request off the record that the defendant not be filmed coming back from our break. And that was communicated to my court officer. I'll ask the cameras on that request and not film Mr. Pendergrass as he returns. Thank you. Yeah, bring him up. Is he ready to go back?
I believe he's in the restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
1
attorney's approach?
Sure, Your Honor.
I'm inclined to follow you.
I'm sorry, you took it. I'm gonna need 10 minutes worth of things. I wanna do that. I'm sorry.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, let's recall Ms. Wilkerson.
Actually, we're still waiting on.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Hold on just 1 second. We're gonna bring the defendant out first.
hold on. Mike's above you guys.
Back on the record, the witness back on the stand. you feel uncomfortable, I just need you to continue to keep your voice up nice and loud. Thank you.
Ms. Wilkerson, good. We're still in the morning. Yep, still in the morning. Good morning. My name is Attorney Terry Johnson. I represent Ms. Pendergrass. I'm going to be asking you a few questions today, okay?
Okay.
Anytime you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to ask again, and I'll try to rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
And as Mr. DeGrazzi mentioned earlier, if, please speak up and no ums or ahs, so the court reporter can take it down, okay?
Okay.
We good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to talk to you about the test. A statement to, you told the police this, correct? What you came here to court and testified to today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you said you didn't believe the second story that Jalen told you? You remember telling the police that?
Yes, I didn't know what to believe. Version of the story kept changing.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You mentioned suicide. My client, you've never heard my client say she wanted to kill herself, did you?
No,
And how long were you living at this house?
about 2 months.
Okay. And while you were living there, you never saw my client do anything that would harm. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Son or daughter?
Daughter.
Okay. And fair to say you protect your daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do drugs, ma'am? Let me rephrase it. You've come here today. Are you under any influence of any type of drug?
No.
Okay. The day of October 15th, were you doing drugs on that day?
October 15th.
This is the refresh your memory. This is the
The
day.
day that I talked to the police?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever been to the house in Inkster?
Yes.
When was the last time you were at the house in Inkster?
I don't remember. Sometime I don't remember.
Was it, had you been to the house in Inkster after London had gone missing?
Yes.
And you stated, I'm sorry, just so I'm clear in your testimony, messy ass baby mama, whose handle was that, or whose screen name was that?
London, I'm pretty sure.
Did you and London ever get into any, did you ever have a conversation with London?
Yes.
When was the last conversation you had with London?
When she had his phone, she was texting me from his Instagram. We was exchanging text messages and voice messages.
Okay, so this would be somewhere around April 4th, April 5th?
Yes.
Okay. Were these nice messages?
No.
Were you upset with London?
No. Well, yes and no.
So in the messages that she sent you, those weren't nice messages, correct?
No.
Okay. And these messages that she sent you, basically, did they get under your skin?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond to her and try to get under her skin?
I wouldn't say I was trying to get
with her prior to this date?
Yes.
When?
When I was first tagged in the Instagram stories, I told her when I did believe that she was pregnant, that I was a mother myself, and that I was just going to leave Jalen alone because I didn't want to ask nothing that she was going through. And she responded and said that she respected what I said, and that most women don't do that, and everything was cool until the day that she took Jalen's phone.
During this time, had you been interacting with Jalen once you sent this text message or what you just described, whatever communication method you used? Had you and London had any other conversations? You understand my question?
No.
Okay. You testified that London sent you a text message about being pregnant, correct?
Yes.
And you said, and I'm paraphrasing here.
That's what she tagged me in the Instagram stories talking to Jalen.
Okay. And I'm just paraphrasing here, but you said you kind of stepped back, correct?
Yes.
After you stepped back, did you talk to London anymore?
No.
What about prior to that? Prior to that, you being tagged in that Instagram post, did you talk to London at all?
No, the next time I talked to her was when she was at Jalen's house the day before. I hadn't talked to her since I was tagged in the Instagram stories.
So you talked to her while she was at Jalen's house?
I believe it was after she left Jalen's house. Well, yeah. When she was at Jalen's house, she sent me a video of Jalen while she was there. And that's when the text messages started.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, you did not deal with Jalen anymore during that time, right? Between those two time periods, the time you said you wouldn't and the time prior to that text message coming in, correct?
I did. I was still going over his house. That's why she was upset.
Did the police ask you where you were on April 5th when London went missing?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if they asked you, or you don't remember where you were?
I don't remember if they asked.
Okay. Do you know where you were around April 5th when London went missing?
Ever.
Okay. No further questions.
Yes, please. Ma'am, good morning to you. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If I speak too fast or I ask you something you don't understand, let me know. I'll try to ask you a better question, okay?
Okay.
When's the last time you communicated with Mr. Pendergrass?
About 9 days ago.
Okay. And because you had said on direct examination that there was a period or a particular point in time where you had some affection, some strong feelings for Mr. Pendergrass, is that correct?
Yes.
You still have those feelings?
No.
Okay, so they changed?
Yes.
Didn't you tell my client recently that you loved him?
Yes.
Did you tell my client recently that you were hoping that he would get out so the two of you could get married?
I don't remember that.
You didn't send him a message to that effect?
We did exchange messages when he first got locked up and sent stuff along those lines. Yeah.
I'm talking about since then he's been in the Wayne County Jail.
Yes.
On direct examination, you indicated that you were reluctant to come forward with this information because you were depending on my client and his mother, correct?
Yes, and I was just scared in general.
So by being afraid of them, you'd agree that if the police had information that you provided, it's possible they could have been arrested. You understood that, correct?
Yes.
You understood that the police were investigating what happened to her, right? You understood that Ms. Thomas's family members had been very vested in finding out the truth about what happened to her, correct?
Yes.
You believe that you had information for them, correct?
I didn't know what to believe at the time. He kept telling me different things.
Okay. Nonetheless, you believe that you had gotten some information that could have been helpful to law enforcement, right?
I didn't have any evidence. I couldn't prove it. I just had words.
You recognize the question that I asked you is whether or not you had information, not evidence. Did you understand my question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you, during the month of April and May of 2025, you believe that you had information that could have been helpful to the police, yes or no?
No.
You didn't?
No, I mean, they had already executed search warrants and did everything they could, and they still didn't have enough information. So I know that my words will change.
During April of 2025, did you know that the police were looking to speak with you?
No,
During May of 2025, do you know if the police were looking to speak with you?
no,
Okay. You don't recall them going to your child's father? Are you aware that they went to your child's father to try to communicate with you?
I'm aware now that they went to an address that I was no longer living at.
You indicated that there was a particular point in time where you took a walk with Mr. Pendergrass, is that correct?
Yes,
And at the time that you took that walk with Mr. Pendergrass, he had revealed some information to you about how London had passed away, correct?
yes,
Would you agree with me that that particular time that Mr. Pendergrass was on a GPS tether?
no,
Excuse me?
he wasn't on the table yet.
So,
In Inkster,
no,
that's when we took the walk, he was still living in Inkster.
you recognize that my client was arrested in April of 2025, correct?
Yes.
You recognize
He
that
was
after,
arrested 3
excuse-
times, 3
You're-
different times.
are you aware that he was arraigned on a felony charge in Novi before he was released from jail? Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Are you aware that a condition of his release was that he be on a GPS tether, house arrest? Are you aware of that?
the first time he was arrested, no.
I'm talking about during the time period that you said that you walked with him down Inkster Road. Are you aware that he was on house arrest at that particular time? Yes or no?
I wasn't aware that he was on house arrest until I seen him wear the tether. I don't think he was wearing the tether.
So at the time that you had these communications with him at that particular time, you didn't see a tether on his leg. Is that your testimony?
No, they didn't have him.
Okay. You'd agree that specifically, ma'am, in relationship to the information that Mr. Pendergrass provided to you, you told the police specifically that he conveyed that information to you in song. Is that correct?
Yes,
What does that mean? He conveyed it to you in song.
some lyrics.
Did you tell the detective that he sent the song to your phone specifically?
Yes,
Okay. So did he send you a song or did he sing a song to you?
both. It was 2 different songs.
Okay. And at the particular point in time, there was a particular reference to a set of lyrics where he talks about Miss Thomas, where he talks about an individual being found in the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes,
You knew at this particular point in time that a young Miss Thomas's body was found in the trunk of an SUV, correct?
no.
You weren't aware of the media reports to that effect about where her body was discovered?
This is when she was still missing.
Okay. What I'm saying to you is, did you learn at a particular point in time the conditions of her discovery by law enforcement?
Yes,
When did you learn that?
whenever the day that her body was found and got to the jail again.
Okay, so you learned that day?
Yes,
Okay, you saw the media reports?
yes,
Okay, so again, at that particular time, had you had the conversation with Mr. Pendergrass about what had happened via song at that point?
yes.
Okay, so now they gave you some confirmation, correct?
Confirmation of what?
You were, originally, when I began my questioning of you, you said you didn't have any evidence to support what you were saying, correct? Did you say that, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't see how him sending me a song.
would you let me ask you a question and you answer it, please? Thank you. So after that message is conveyed to you in a song, and then you learn that that her body is found in the trunk of an SUV, is that evidence to you?
No,
Okay. During the course of your testimony and direct examination, you said that Mr. Pendergrass admitted to you that he struck Miss Thomas with a table leg. Is that correct?
yes,
Did he say where on her body that she was struck?
no,
Did he say how many times she was struck?
no,
Did he indicate if she was knocked unconscious during that time period?
no, he just said here.
Did he indicate that she was bleeding, injured in any way?
I didn't ask.
Okay, but you were trying to figure out what happened to London Thomas, though, correct?
Yes,
In fact, you told the police specifically that that you purposely were looking to drink with Jalen so that he would tell you what happened, right?
I knew that if we were drinking, then he would be more likely to tell me the truth.
I appreciate that, but my question to you is, didn't you tell the police specifically that you were looking to get Mr. Pendergrass to drink so that he would tell you what happened to London?
I didn't say I was trying to get him to drink. No, it's not word for word. I said
What was the purpose of you getting him to drink?
I wanted someone to tell me what happened.
Okay, how much had you had to drink at the time that the two of you had this discussion about what happened?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
Is your testimony that he was drunk?
Yes.
Okay, what led you to believe that he was drunk when he had this conversation with you?
I just know how he is and how he talks and how he acts when he's drunk.
You were drunk too, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay, so how long had you been drinking during the particular time when he made this admission to you?
A couple hours.
When you had an opportunity to meet with the detective, did you tell him that Jalen was drunk when he said these things to you? You didn't tell him that, did you?
I'm pretty sure I mentioned that he was drinking, and I told him that the drinking was what I didn't tell him what I thought would even tell him the truth.
Thank you for that. My question to you is, did you tell the detective that he was drunk when he said these things, yes or no?
I don't remember specifically if he asked.
Okay. One of the things that you also had indicated is that you are an individual, when you drink, you hallucinate. Is that correct?
Hallucinate?
You didn't tell, am I making this up or you never said that?
Hallucinate what?
Do you know what an hallucination is?
Yes, but I'm asking you what I said that.
And I'm asking you, did you tell law enforcement at any point in time that when you drink, you hallucinate? Yes or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. During the particular point in time that you had this discussion with Mr. Pendergrass, were you also taking mushrooms on that particular day?
I can't remember.
Okay. Can you not remember because you don't know if it happened or because of your level of intoxication?
Probably both. We did drugs a lot.
That was a regular part of your routine, is that correct?
Yes.
We're talking about mushrooms, right?
Yes.
Alcohol, correct?
Yes.
Methamphetamine at times, correct?
Ecstasy, yes.
Okay. And so during the course of your discussions with Mr. Pendergrass about what happened to London Thomas, all of those things were in play, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you never had a conversation with Mr. Pendergrass when he was not under the influence about what happened to London Thomas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. When you had this walk with Mr. Pendergrass on Inkster Road, how far did you walk?
A few blocks, maybe.
Okay. And when you say a few blocks, where was the starting point?
His house.
Which house? Which residence?
The house on Carlisle.
In Inkster?
Yes.
Would that be on April the 28th or is it into the month of May?
I can't say an exact date. I just know it's after the second time he got released from jail.
Okay. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. You indicated on direct examination, ma'am, that one of the factors or reasons why you didn't want to come forward is that because you were depending on the Pendergrasses to help you. Is that correct? Did you tell Mr. DeGrazia that on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And you had indicated that you moved in with them in July, correct?
Yes.
But you had this information about what happened to young Miss Thomas in April, right?
Yes.
In May, correct?
Yes.
In June, right?
Yes.
So at that particular point in time, that didn't factor in. You just didn't bother to provide the information, correct?
I don't understand the question. Nobody.
Okay.
During.
All
even then, he kept switching the stories.
May I? Are you finished? Okay, I don't want to cut you off, man. Are you ready? During the month of May and June, you had the opportunity, if you wanted to contact law enforcement to provide them with the information that you had, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that when you started the interview in October with the detectives and they asked you if you had any information about what happened to Ms. Thomas, you told them no initially, correct?
When I talked to them in the car.
In October, when you're
That's
sitting.
when I told them that I knew.
I appreciate that. When the detective initially asked you if you had any information about what happened to London Thomas, isn't it true that you first told him no, you didn't?
I told him everything that Jalen had told me at first.
So you don't recall on that particular day telling them that you don't have any information for them initially? It's your testimony that right away you began telling them what happened when he asked?
No, not right away.
Okay, right. So initially,
I didn't tell him until he told me that they were actually charged with it and wouldn't just be getting out again.
okay. And you'd agree that that was roughly 30 minutes into his discussion with you, correct?
What was?
Where he revealed to you that they had been charged with homicide.
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that time period, he had asked you whether or not you had any information about what happened to London Thomas. Yes or no?
Yes.
And you said no, right?
Yes, I feel comfortable
Excuse me.
talking to him.
I'm just asking you, was your answer no? Your answer was no, correct? So you lied to him, correct?
I wouldn't say I lied.
So if the law enforcement officer asked you if you have information about what may have happened or whether or not Jalen said anything to you about London, and you say no, but
I
you,
didn't straight up say no. I told him, I still told him things. I didn't just say no, I don't know anything. We still talked, I still gave him information.
okay. Nothing further, Judge, thank you.
So I think in those last questions, you were saying that it wasn't until the officer told you that they were being charged and were going to jail that changed your mindset about what you were going to tell the police?
Yes.
What about that fact made you change your mind about what you were going to tell the police?
Because if I told them everything, knowing how Jalen would react, he was just gonna get out again in 72 hours and where did that leave me?
Okay. Was there anything about your relationship with Jalen that made you afraid of what Jalen might do?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions about using drugs, correct?
Yes.
Would you use these drugs and drink alcohol with Jalen when the two of you were together?
Yes.
And did that happen frequently when the two of you were together?
Yes.
So drinking alcohol, for example, like would Jalen Pendergrass drink alcohol frequently when you were with him?
Yes.
So are you familiar with how he behaves and when he's under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
And similarly with drugs, are you familiar how he behaves when he's under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
So the way he was behaving when he was talking to you, was that like somewhat normal behavior when you're around him?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross, Mr. Johnson.
None on behalf of Ms. Pendergrass.
Mr. Clemens, any recross?
In relationship to the normal behavior that counsel was just asking about, that normal behavior existed in the month of May and the month of June after you had the conversation with Mr. Pendergrass?
Yes. I don't think it's been many times I've been around Jalen sober. Almost every time we were together, we were either drinking or doing drugs.
Okay.
That was normal.
And the walk to Inkster during the particular time, is it your testimony that he was also drunk? You already testified that he was drunk, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't aggressive with you during that time, right?
No.
Didn't threaten you during that time, correct?
No.
And we're talking about in the ambit of time, this would have been in May, correct?
Not on that day at that moment, no.
But during the walk, you recognize I'm asking about the walk because this is when you claim that he made this, he provided you with this information, correct?
Right.
Right, and we're talking about during the time period in the month of May after he was arrested and released the second time, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Ms. Wilson, you can step down. Thank you so much. Next one.
We will call Jermaine Lynch.
So turn to face me. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. Let's see. Speak clearly and loudly into the mic.
All right, sir, could you please state your name?
Jalen Lynch.
All right. Now, I want to ask you some questions about a person named Charla Pendergrass. Do you know her?
Yes,
How long have you known her for?
over 20 years.
And do you see her in court today?
Yes,
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
a green jumpsuit.
All right, now there are people here wearing green suits. Is she the person closest to me or farthest away from me?
She's closest to me.
For the record, the witness is identified. Ms. Pendergrass?
Regular civil.
You said you've known her for 20 years?
Yes,
Just describe what your relationship with, were you just acquaintances, were you friends? What was your relationship with her?
acquaintances, friends, relationship, kind of.
Okay. The two of you, at any point in the time that you've known her, had you ever seen her romantically?
Yes,
All right. Now, if we go to April of last year, were the two of you like together in a romantic relationship?
friendship,
Just a friendship?
yes,
Okay. So on April 5th of last year, did you get any phone communications from Charla?
yes,
All right. And how did you get those communications? Is it on your phone?
yes.
All right. And did Charla ask you to do something?
She asked me to come over to her grandparents' house.
And is that house located in Inkster?
Yes,
All right. So when she called you and she asked you to come to Inkster, did you go?
yes.
And can you just describe what you saw when you got there?
Police cars out there and a group of people standing on the other side of the street.
Okay. Now, did you get out of your car?
No,
So you just stayed in the car?
yes.
Did Charla ever come over to you, or did you ever talk with Charla when you came over there on the 5th?
Later while I was over there, she was inside the police and the grandparents.
Okay. So later on, after you first arrived, that the two of you talked?
Yes, later on, yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you, like, what was going on, why the police were there? Did she ever say anything about that?
She said that Jalen's girlfriend was over there and they got into it and she left. And they were thinking that she was still at the house.
All right. So you said Jalen's girlfriend was over there and they got into it. When you were talking with her, was she talking about Jalen and the girlfriend got into it, or she and the girlfriend got into it?
Jalen and the girlfriend had got into it. She told the young lady to leave and she offered the young lady an Uber a ride home. She said no, she wanted Jalen to take her home. And the young lady left.
All right. So again, got to break these pronouns down a little bit. So when you say she, was that Charlotte told you that she talked to the Jalen's girlfriend?
The young lady, yes.
Okay, and offered her a ride?
Told her she'd get her Uber ride home, but Jalen couldn't take her home.
Okay. And told you that the girl said no, she didn't want an Uber ride?
She wanted Jalen to take her home.
Okay. So did Charla Pendergrass ever tell you if the girl left or how the girl left?
She just said she left walking.
Okay, she left walking?
Yes.
Okay. So did you ever talk to the police when you went there that night?
No.
Okay. Did Ms. Pendergrass ever ask you to hold anything when you went to Inkster on April 5th?
No.
Okay. So now, going on the next day, I'm talking now April 6th, at night, that night, were you at your house?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me what the address is, what city was your house in at the time?
Nobody.
Nobody. Did you recall the night of April 6th going into the morning of April 7th? Do you know whether Charla had tried to communicate with you with calls or texts or anything like that?
She had called me and text me.
Did you answer the phone when she was trying to get in touch with you?
I answered the phone one time when she called.
Okay, and what did she say when you answered the phone?
She asked me what was I doing, I told her I was getting ready to go play cards in my brother's house.
Okay, and was that all that you told her?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what, if she tried to contact you after that point?
Probably through, text messages or whatever, but I didn't receive them until the next morning.
When you say you didn't receive them, does that mean, like, you didn't
I
look
didn't
at?
have my phone present at the time.
Okay, so let me just ask you, because only one person can talk at a time, were you not looking at your phone into the night of April 6th?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so now, we're talking now the morning of April 7th. Did you get in touch with Ms. Pendergrass again?
Yes.
Describe how that happened.
I was leaving out for work and I gave her a phone call.
Okay, and what did Ms. Pendergrass say or ask you to do?
She asked me, was I still at home? I told her no, I was on my way to work.
Okay, did she ask you to do anything after that?
She said she wanted me to call her before I left for work, and I didn't. And then I went to work.
All right. When you got to work, did you have more communications with Ms. Pendergrass?
Yes.
And what did she say in those conversations?
She was just talking like she wanted to leave something in my garage, or whether she wanted to pull into my garage and take something out of the car and leave it in my garage.
Now, this talk about the garage, was this over the phone or in person that you mentioned this?
Over the phone when we were talking.
Okay. In this conversation where you're talking over the phone, did she ever say anything about that she had gone to your house the night before?
Yes, she said she was outside of my home, my residence.
Okay. Now, she told you that she had gone to your house and was outside your house?
She mentioned she was outside of my house and she wanted me to call her before I left for work.
Okay. Did she ever ring the doorbell or knock on the door while you were in the house?
No.
And did you have any idea that, had there been any plan that she was gonna have come over to your house on the 6th?
No.
So after this phone conversation, you decide to leave work.
I decided to meet her while I was at work, to meet up with her, yes.
Okay. So did you meet up with her like at your work, or did you leave your work to go meet up?
I left my job and I met up with her.
All right. Where did you decide to meet up with her at?
We met at Myers parking lot on Jefferson.
Did she ask you to meet with her, or how did it come about that you agreed to meet with her?
She wanted to talk.
Okay.
So I agreed to meet. I said, well, we can meet at the Jefferson, on the Myers on Jefferson, because the warehouse where I'm working at, it probably would have been a little difficult for her to find it, so I told her we'll meet there.
Now, in these conversations that you've been having with her now on April 7th, how did she seem to you, like, emotionally? Did she seem normal, unusual? How did she seem?
Normal.
Okay. And did you meet with her in a Myers parking lot?
Yes.
All right. And did the two of you talk to each other outside, in somebody's car? How did you talk to each other?
She got into my vehicle.
And what did you talk about when she got into your car?
She was talking about the people posting stuff online, that they was protesting outside the grandparents' house, and they were saying things on social media.
Okay. Did she ever talk about having you hold something for her?
She said she had something that she wanted to leave at my home, in my garage.
Okay. Was there ever any discussion about, taking the item from her?
Yeah, I told her, well, you can just give it to me now, and I take it, and she told me no, that she wanted to do it in a private area, basically.
Okay. So you offered to take whatever she wanted to hold for you right there in the Myers parking lot, and she said no?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask her, what is the thing that she's trying to give you?
No.
Why didn't you ask her that?
No, just didn't.
Okay. So after you're in the Myers parking lot, do you decide to go somewhere else?
Yes,
Where did you go?
to a car wash.
And in what city or address, if you know, was the car wash located in?
In Detroit.
Okay. Now this car wash, can you describe, like when you're entering the car wash, can you kind of describe what the structure is of the car wash?
It's like a big garage. You drive to the side, you go around the back, and you pull in. 1 or 2 cars at a time, and they clean your car in and out.
So when you pull into the car wash itself, this is the type of car wash where, you know, you sit in the car as it's going through the wash, or do you get out of the car and wait for the car to be clean?
You get out and wait for it to be clean.
All right. And the inside of the car wash, is that like enclosed so that if you're standing outside of the car wash, you can't see what's going on inside?
Yes,
Okay. So do you go to the car wash?
yes,
And did Charla go with you?
yes.
Can you describe what kind of car she was driving that day?
She got a new car, a blue Nissan Kick, I believe.
Okay. And what kind of car were you driving that day?
Black Lincoln Navigator.
Were you the only person in your car?
Yes,
Was she the only person in her car?
yes.
So describe what happens when you get to the car wash.
We just at the car wash, and we were just talking regular, and talking about her grandparents and their health condition and everything, and just a normal conversation.
Okay. And so at some point when you're in the car wash or at the car wash, do you transfer any objects from her car into your car?
Yes,
Describe what happened.
she opened the trunk of her car, and there was a tub in there. I grabbed it and set it in the back of my vehicle.
All right. Now this tub, can you kind of describe it?
It's just a tub with like taped up or whatever, but you know, I just grabbed the tote and set it in the car.
Okay. So in terms of like the size of the tote, was this something like the size of like a piece of paper that I'm holding or something bigger?
It was a big tote. It was like a tote, like it took 2 arms to carry it and lift it. So it was a nice sized tote.
Okay. And you mentioned that the tote was taped up.
Yes,
What kind of tape did you see on the tote?
just like a plastic bag and something taped around it or whatever.
And do you remember what color the tote was?
Not really.
Okay. In terms of, you picked up the tote yourself.
Yes,
Was it light or heavy? Can you describe it?
I mean it was heavy, but it wasn't too heavy where I couldn't lift it.
Okay. But did you grab it?
Grabbed it out of her trunk.
Okay, and then you put it in your trunk?
Yes.
Besides the tote itself, were there any other like boxes, bags, anything like else that was put on in your car?
Whatever was on the tote was on the tote in the car, and I grabbed it all together.
Okay.
I mean, like really, I don't really remember what was on it, but everything that was in the tote or on the tote was all one movement, like from there to there. That was it.
And did you put it in the trunk of your car?
Yes.
What happened after you put the tote container into the trunk of your car?
Finished my car wash, and we both left. She went. I don't know where she went. I went back to work.
All right. And what did you do with the tote after you were at work and then you went back to your house? What did you do?
It was just in my trunk.
Okay. Did you notice that there were any weird odors or anything like that when you were in your car?
No.
Okay. Did there come a point in time after, oh, strike that. Did she ever say anything to you about what was in the tote?
No.
Did she ever say anything to you about how long she wanted you to hold it?
When we talked, she said she wanted to leave something in my garage for a couple of days.
A couple of days?
It was just a couple of days. And I thought I didn't have any room in the garage because I have another job where I have a lot of wheels that are in there.
Wheels? Is that
Wheels, yes.
Okay. Was there ever a plan about how she was gonna come take the tote from you?
No,
Okay. So you've got the tote in your car. Do you ever open the tote to see what's inside?
no,
Did there come a point in time where you decided to move the tote from your car?
yes.
Describe how that happened.
My original plan was to take the tote and get a storage unit, to put the tote in there, because it was only supposed to be for a couple of days. So in the process of that, I had the garage. So I moved, the tote from my car to that car.
All right, and was somebody there with you to kind of help you on this?
My uncle.
Your uncle? When you moved the tote, did you move it or did your uncle move it?
My uncle moved it.
Okay. At the time the tote was moved, had you opened the tote or done anything with it other than put it in your car?
No,
Did you notice any odd smells or anything like that in your car?
no,
So where was the tote moved from? Your car to where?
to, a Ford Edge vehicle.
All right. And was the Ford Edge moved to another location?
Yes,
Was that on Millard Street in Southfield?
yes.
Why did you move the Edge that was holding the tote to a house in Southfield?
I had to move the car from the job site because they were gonna start charging, storage or whatever for it being there. So I moved it to a friend of mine's home into her driveway.
So were you present when the Ford Edge, which was holding the tote, was moved into the driveway of that house?
Yes, I drove the Edge.
Okay. And did you park the car there?
Yes,
Did you leave the car?
yes,
When you left the car, did you ever open the tote?
no,
Did you ever see anyone open the tote?
no,
After you left the tote in Southfield, did you become aware that the police were investigating this missing girl that had a connection to Charla?
yes.
How did you become aware of it?
It was on television, and then my, cousin had called me about it.
All right, so after you became aware that this whole thing was on the news, did you ever call Charla to ask her what was in the tote?
Charlotte and I spoke, a couple of days, and then she didn't have a phone anymore. So we wasn't able to communicate with each other for several weeks.
Okay. Did you ever call the police to let them know that Charla had asked for you to hold that tote?
No,
Why didn't you do that?
because I didn't think that she did anything wrong, and I wasn't assuming that she committed a crime or anything.
Okay. So on or about April 24th, did you find a way to communicate with Charla and did you meet with her?
Yes,
Okay, how did you get back in touch with Charla?
I went to her grandparents' house and sat out there and waited for her to arrive.
All right. And did you have contact with her?
Well, probably to the first day I went, I left, but yes, on that Thursday, I sat there about 2.5 hours. And then she came and her and I drove off and we had communication.
So what made you sit out there and wait for her for like 2 hours?
Because I hadn't heard from her. And it was supposed to be a couple of days, and then all this stuff was like in the news and all this stuff. So now it was like, what's going on?
Okay.
Like what's going on with this?
And did you go to a restaurant with Charla?
Yes,
Was it just the two of you?
yes,
And when you went to did you go inside the restaurant?
yes.
Did you try asking her questions about what was going on and about the tote, that sort of thing?
You always taught me about what was going on, what was happening or whatever. And she was explaining to me some things that transpired.
So while you're inside the restaurant, did she ever ask or tell you to write things down on paper rather than speak them out loud?
Yes.
Okay, describe how that happened.
She was like, she was writing stuff down and she turned it over to me to read and then respond.
Did you ever try and like talk to her verbally, and did she ever say anything to you about that?
We talked verbally about certain things, about the home being searched again, and then they searched her uncle's home.
But I mean, were there certain things that you tried to talk with her, like verbally talk to her about, where she said, no, don't say that out loud, things like, something like that?
I don't recall any of that. We didn't really talk at the restaurant that long because she wanted to go somewhere else and talk.
All right, so did you go to another place and talk with her?
Yes, we went somewhere else and we had a conversation.
All right, where did you go with her?
To an empty parking lot, somewhere in Westland, I believe.
Did she ever, did the two of you ever discuss why you were going to like a parking lot rather than one of your houses or anywhere else?
Not really didn't discuss that.
Okay, so what happened when you go to this parking lot?
She is talking about things are serious and what was going on with them searching the grandparents' house a couple of times. They searched the house that she was staying in a couple of times, and they searched the uncle's home.
Did she ever ask you about the location of the tote?
She asked me what was the tote. In the restaurant, I told her it was in the trunk of the car. And then she asked me, do I still have it? I told her yes.
All right, so I gotta stop you here for a second. The first part in the restaurant, where you told her it was in the trunk of a car, did you say that out loud or did you write it down?
I wrote it down.
Okay. Now, the second part, where she's asking more details about that, did that conversation happen in the restaurant or at the second location?
At the second location.
All right, so let's talk about the second location. What did she say about the tote there?
She just asked if I still have it. And I told her it was in my vehicle, in the edge.
Did she say that she wanted you to do something with the tote?
She told me to get rid of it, to burn it.
She said to burn the tote?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her like why she wanted you to burn a container?
I asked her, I don't want to say, but I asked her did you get what is going on? Basically, I got a little beside myself and cursed at her.
All right, so you got upset.
Yes.
Why did you get upset?
Because I couldn't believe that she would put me in a situation if they did something to bring me into it.
Okay. There was talk about burning the container, right?
She said burn it.
Okay. Was there ever talk about burying it or using a lock?
Bury it and put some lye on it.
Okay.
And I told her, what the else you want me to do, like this movie BS, like, why would you, put me in the middle of street like this? And she said, she made a statement that you couldn't be that stupid.
All right, this comment about you being stupid, like what's the context of that?
I guess meaning that.
Well, object to this is speculation, Your Honor.
It's not calling for speculation. I'm asking what were the circumstances when she accused Mr. Lynch of being stupid?
And he started out with, I thought.
That's what the context was. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
What were you talking about when she was basically like, are you stupid? What were you talking about?
When she told me to burn it and bury it and put lime on it.
Did you ever ask her in this conversation, is there a body in the container?
Never.
Okay. So did you ever ask her what's in the container?
No.
Okay. This comment about, are you stupid? What was she responding to when she said that?
when I was telling her, like, I'm not burning anything, I'm not burying anything, I'm not going to get any light and do anything like that.
Okay. So after these comments, did you talk anything else about what she wanted you to do with the container?
No, she was talking and I walked away and I got in my car and left.
Okay.
I was just irate. It wasn't anything else for us to talk about.
So you just decided that you just wanted to leave the conversation?
It was nothing else to talk. I was upset. And if I stayed any longer, I might have been getting myself into some trouble, so I left.
How did she react when you just decided to leave?
She called my name a couple of times and was trying to, get my attention and talk, but I was shaken up that I couldn't, communicate with her.
So after this conversation, did you contact anyone for help or advice?
I called a lawyer.
Okay. After you talked to a lawyer, what did you decide to do next?
Take him a retainer and have him call to that we had some evidence probably pertaining to the case.
All right, when you say he was gonna call them, who do you mean by them?
He called a friend of his in the Inkster Police Department and left a message. And
Judge Mass, that we clarify who he is for the record before we talk.
And I would also object if he doesn't have firsthand knowledge about this situation, what someone else did, that would be hearsay.
All right,
I can ask some more questions.
all right, that's the thing.
When you say he was gonna call a friend, are you talking about your attorney?
my attorney,
Who is your attorney?
Christopher, I can't think of his last name,
Christopher Quinn?
Quinn. Yes.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding that he was gonna call somebody, a police officer in Inkster?
I was sitting there with him
Okay.
when he dialed somebody in Inkster that he knew, a detective, but they didn't answer the phone.
All right. Eventually, did you or were you present when your attorney actually got into contact with a police officer?
No, not when he got in contact with him, no, I wasn't present.
Okay. Did you eventually end up going to some police agency and getting them a statement about what occurred?
No, I never went to a police station, and later on down the road, but at the time I didn't, maybe a week or so later,
Okay.
I went to the state police office downtown on site.
That's when you made a statement?
Yes,
Before that happened, did you ever go to Millard Street in Southfield?
yes, so I met with him on a Friday,
When you say him, who are you talking about?
Mr. Quinn,
Okay.
Friday evening, he gave me a phone call and said that the FBI wanted to meet on Millard Street in Southfield, where the edge was at.
So did you go to that location?
I think we met around sometime in the evening between, I think 5, maybe 6 o'clock, something like that.
And when you got there, was the edge in the same place where you had left it?
Yes,
Okay. And it was after that day that you had more conversations with the police?
yes.
Okay. Now, at any point from when you first received the container to when the police went to Millard Street, did you ever find out what was in the container?
No,
Okay. Did anyone ever tell you that there was a body or some type of illegal evidence inside the container?
no, not until after they did the investigation.
Why didn't you ask Charla or demand that she tell you what's in the container?
We were friends, and I didn't honestly believe that she or her son was capable of doing anything like that to anybody. So I never
object to that statement, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Your Honor, doing what to someone? I mean, there's been no conclusive evidence of anything at this point, and that statement is, I withdraw. I withdraw. It's fine, I withdraw.
So you were saying that you didn't think that.
I don't think Charla or Jalen was capable of anything.
Okay. Now, do you remember coming to the prosecutor's office and testifying in what's called an investigative subpoena?
Yes,
Do you remember that I was present when that happened?
yes,
Okay. Was your attorney present?
yes,
And do you remember that in that first initial testimony, you were given what's called an immunity agreement so that your testimony at the investigative subpoena couldn't be used against you?
yes,
Okay. Your testimony, generally speaking, is that consistent with how you testified today?
yes.
Is there anything, strike that. In your phone, did you have contacts listed or saved for Charla Pendergrass?
Yes,
Did you also have a contact and phone number saved for her son, Jalen Pendergrass?
yes, but I'm not sure if his name was on it or not, but he was in my phone.
Okay, and her son, person I referred to as Jalen Pendergrass, do you see him in court today?
Yes,
What's he wearing?
a green jumpsuit,
Is he farthest away or closest to me?
further.
For the record, the witnesses identified the defendant.
Regulatory fund.
What was your relationship like with Jalen Pendergrass, like over the years?
So, regular relationship, like, you know, I had a relationship with his mother, so we interacted a lot. I mean, whenever I was around with them.
Were you and Jalen like separate friends where you would go out, just the two of you, and like socialize, things like that?
No,
Okay. While all this was going on after April 5th and when you obtained the container, did you ever call Jalen to find out what was going on?
no.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions. I have like literally 1 moment, 1 minute. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lynch, I'm Terry Johnson. I represent Ms. Charla Pendergrass. I'm gonna ask you some questions about your testimony, okay?
Yes,
Any point you don't understand my question, stop. I'll try and rephrase it, okay?
yes.
Okay, thank you. What was your relationship with Ms. Pendergrass on or about April 5th?
Friends,
Just friends?
we on and off relationship, we friends though, we're on and off.
What does on and off mean?
Sometimes we're in an intimate relationship, sometimes we're not, we're friends. Regardless of what, she's still a friend of mine.
Okay. So right now, on April 5th, 2025, your testimony, you were not in an intimate relationship with Ms. Pendergrass, correct?
On and off, yes.
Isn't it true that you were trying to get back with Ms. Pendergrass prior to April 5th?
It's true, I was being the man, April 5th.
Okay, well, we'll talk about what that means shortly. You sent her door dashes, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Matter of fact, isn't it fair to say that just on Zelle alone, over the past couple years, you sent Ms. Pendergrass over $14,000. You'd agree with that, won't you?
Probably even gave her more than that, yes.
Yeah. So
Yes,
you had a relationship with her and you bought Ms. Pendergrass things, right?
absolutely.
Matter of fact, I think I saw one text message. You gave her your credit card
Yes,
to use things, right? You gave her clothes,
yes,
shoes,
yes.
social disease.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Isn't it true that you, Ms. Pendergrass, basically kind of wanted to back away from you because you contracted a social disease?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to his motive, Your Honor.
Well, first of all, it calls for speculation about why his client would not want to see him anymore.
Well, he would have firsthand knowledge of what's going on, and I can provide the text messages if we really want to get deep into it, and I'm not talking about what specific it was, and I believe.
Little latitude, go ahead.
Thank you. She didn't want to be intimate with you because of that, correct? Just yes or no?
No, it's not true.
Okay. You were still trying to be intimate with her over the past month or so, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, April 5th, you went out here to Inkster on Carlisle Street. What was the purpose of you coming out?
she called me.
Okay. And it's your testimony you didn't get out of the car?
At all.
Why? I mean,
No,
I want to make sure I understand.
The police was there. There was no need for me to get out of my vehicle. She wasn't in any danger. The people that she was referring to were across the street. They wasn't in front of her or Jalen, so therefore she didn't need me to get out to defend anyone.
Okay, so you thought you were going there to defend her?
Well, I was going to help her. It was a problem, yes.
Okay, did you talk to her
No,
before
she
you
just
went
said,
there?
She needed me to come over there.
Okay, and your friend, you, just so I'm clear, how was your friend acting?
No,
Okay. You didn't want to get out and give your friend a hug,
no,
kiss on the cheek,
no,
some form of affection?
no.
So, and April 5th was the day London went missing, right?
Objection, calls for speculation.
How was that speculative?
Because I don't know that.
Hold on, Mr. Lynch.
I believe, let me rephrase. April 5th was the last day London was seen, correct?
I don't know that. All I know is my friend called me.
And when you got out there, what did you find out?
The police was out there looking for the young lady.
Okay. So you found that out on April 5th, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You left on April 5th, correct?
yes.
Where did you go?
Home.
Did you call Ms. Pendergrass back to see how she's doing? Your friend?
Probably not.
And you testified when Mr. Garazzi asked you before, did you talk to her on the 6th? You remember that question?
Yes,
And you said you talked to her one time. That's right.
that I can recall.
That you can recall. One moment, Shiner. Would it surprise you to find out through your own phone records that you talked to her 4 times?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay.
It was like me when I remember talking to her and it was the once.
So fair to say, based on your own phone records, you talked to her more than once the day after, correct?
I don't know. I remember talking to her one time.
Okay. But my question is, well, let me ask this. You let anybody else use your phone?
No,
Okay. So if there are phone records that show you talked to her dispute that, correct?
The phone records show that the phone call was made, that we talked to each other.
Okay.
It could have been a voicemail that was left. I don't know that.
So did she leave a voicemail for 3 minutes or 12 minutes or 10 minutes on that day?
I don't know. I'm checking the voicemail.
Okay. And on April 6th, what were you doing that day?
I was at home.
All day?
For the most part, I don't remember exactly what I was doing.
Did you go play cards with a friend that day?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so do you have any guests on April 6th at your
Yes,
house? Who was the guest?
a friend,
Does your friend have a name, male, female?
female friend.
What's her name?
I'm not sure which friend it was.
Did you provide a name to, you know, this gentleman sitting at the table here with the black tie?
What do you mean by knowing?
Do you know who he is?
Yes,
Okay, this is Detective Sergeant Hartman, correct?
yes,
Okay. Did you ever give Detective Sergeant Hartman of the Michigan State Police, did you ever give him a name of the person that you were with on the 6th?
no,
So all we have is your word on this, right?
yes,
And now, make sure I understand. It was someone there, but you couldn't remember who was there, correct?
correct.
Okay. That's your testimony on the 7th. You met up with my client, correct?
Correct.
7th of April, so the record is clear. How many times, Mr. Lynch, would you say you have talked to the police about this incident?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's see if we can remember. You just
I'm not sure.
testified, well, I'm gonna go through and just tell me if I'm wrong, okay? You and your attorney called the police somewhere on or about April 25th, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and for the record, all of these are in 2025. You'd agree that a few days later, on or about April 29th, you went to the Michigan State Police and had a conversation with Detective Sergeant Hartman, correct?
correct.
Okay, so that would be 2 times, correct? You'd agree with me that you were called back a 3rd time.
I don't think that'd be 2 times, but the first time I didn't talk to anyone.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go with that. Your attorney did the talking for you the first time.
He didn't talk to anyone. He made a phone call to someone.
So let me make sure I understand, just so I'm clear. Your attorney made a phone call, but you were asked to come out to the house on, is it Milford? Millard, thank you. The house on Millard Street?
Yes,
Did you go there?
yes,
Did you talk to anyone in law enforcement while you were there? Yes or no?
yes,
Okay, so you talked to the police on that day, correct?
yes,
You talked to the police on the 29th, correct?
yes.
Okay. That would be 2 times. Okay. I want to go back to the 7th. You met my client at a Meyer parking lot, correct?
Yes,
Did you tell Sergeant Hartman on the 29th, when you sat down with him, that it was your idea to go to this car wash?
I'm not sure, but I told him yes, that I told him I was going to get my car washed.
Okay,
So it was my idea for the car wash.
okay. So it was your idea to go to the car wash?
Yes,
Okay. So it wasn't my client's attempt to conceal something or not do something in public, correct? She didn't say that. You said, just so I'm clear, it was your idea to go to this car wash, correct?
so to be being clear, she didn't want to give me the object in the open. She wanted to give it to me somewhere secluded.
Okay.
So if you're gonna be clear about all of it.
Well, I'm very clear because you remember on the 29th, and we could play the video back. You remember on the 29th, you were asked this question. Was there any conversation about the tote or a package or anything? And you said, no, it happened at the car wash. Do you remember making that statement?
I don't remember the statement, but I could have said it, I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. And this tote, and I'll get to this part in a moment. You took the tote. How long did you have that? What did you tell Detective Sergeant Hartman on April 29th, your very first interview with the state police? How long did you tell him you had that tote initially?
It was in my car for a couple of days.
What did you tell him initially?
I don't remember exactly what I said back in April.
Okay. Would you dispute the fact that you said to him, it was only in my car no more than 12 hours? You remember making that statement?
I could have at the time.
But wasn't it fair to say that they showed you video that you picked up this Ford Edge 4 days later?
No, they didn't show me video of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. They told you that you got it 4 days later. Let's talk about this Ford Edge. You said you had to pick it up from your job, your former job, correct?
Correct.
How long had that Ford Edge been sitting at that former job?
For over a year.
Over a year,
Over a year.
closer to 18 months?
Could be 2 years. I'm not sure, but it's been sitting there a while.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, all of a sudden, it's an urgency to go get this Ford Edge.
So I received a phone call from the HR person of the company stating that I need to move the edge. And it just so happened to coincide with what was going on. So I was able to move it.
Okay. And that text message, I believe it was, is that correct? Would
It
you
was a
agree?
phone call and a text message.
And a text message, okay. So that came on March 28th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that text message, you said, I'll get it next week. Correct? Okay. You'd agree with me that between March 28th and April 11th is more than a week. Correct?
So I may say a week, it may be a month, but I said a week just to give me more time with it. So when she say something, I said I'll get it next week, man. I mean, what do you want me to do? Yes, I told her a week. It took me longer than a week,
Okay.
but I knew she would give me leeway to pick it up.
So just so I'm clear, well, I'm not gonna ask that. Let me ask you this. So you got more time. Were you supposed to do anything when you got the Edge?
I was gonna take it to my friend's house, then when I was gonna get it fixed, I was gonna try the Edge.
Let me rephrase the question. Did you receive any instructions from your previous job of what you were supposed to do before you picked up the Edge?
I'm not following that question.
Okay. Weren't you told to come and get the title when you come get the car? Wasn't that part of the text message?
Yeah, they had to sign the title over to me.
Did you get the title signed over?
Yes,
When?
I don't remember when, but at the time when I got it signed over, I was dropping some wheels off that had to be shipped to China. So when I was in the process of me doing my job, I hadn't signed the title since I was there.
So, just so I'm clear, so you had the title.
I'm not sure when it was done.
Was this before or after you transferred the tote?
I'm not sure when the title was signed.
Would it surprise you if you look and do a search on lien that it's not even titled to you? Would that surprise you?
Because I haven't registered the car. I don't even have a car.
Well, let's back up. You said you thought you were going to get, sorry, make sure I get this right. You thought Ms. Pendergrass asked you to hold this for a couple of days, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why would you get a storage unit? Let me finish. For a tote that can easily sit in the back of your vehicle. Why would you want to get a storage unit? Did she ask you to get a storage unit?
No.
Okay, she just asked you to hold it for a couple days.
I hold it for a couple of days.
Okay, why did you think you needed to go get a storage unit?
Because I have a secondary job where I have to go pick up warranty wheels. And at any time I can go pick up 4 to 12 wheels. I can't have that in the back of my vehicle because I have a job to do.
Right. So
it was no room for that to be sitting in my vehicle.
okay, but did you call Ms. Pendergrass back after a couple of days and say, Charla?
Her phones were disconnected.
Her phones were disconnected. Okay, let me ask you a question. When you were driving this Ford Edge.
I never drove the Ford Edge.
Okay, you never drove the Ford Edge?
Only drove the Ford Edge from the Southfield job to the residence.
So you drove it?
Correct.
The day you drove this Ford Edge to the Southfield residence, shortly thereafter, did you get a phone call from Charla Pendergrass?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure about the phone call that happened back then.
So if your phone records indicate you were on the phone with Ms. Pendergrass
Then I was on the phone with her.
for 19 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it says.
So you won't dispute that?
If that's what the phone record said, yes.
Did you say to her at that point, Charlotte, I got this tote. I got to get this out of here. You told me a couple days. Did you say?
No.
Why not?
Because we didn't talk about that. We talked about everything that was going on in her life with the grandparents. It was a normal conversation.
So now you remember the conversation?
I don't know. I just know that we never talked about the total anything anymore.
Okay. So you talked to her, according to the records, 2 times on that day. And you never, in your recollection, you never talked about the total, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How do you know this lady, your friend, and just so the record's clear, this is the Millard address?
Correct.
Okay, did you call her and say, Shantae, I'm bringing this to your house?
Probably 2, yes.
Are you guessing or you're sure?
She knew I was bringing the car to her residence. I don't know when.
How did she know you were bringing a car to her residence?
We talked and we spoke about it.
And when you dropped this off, you didn't go back at any point until the police were called, correct?
Probably I dropped her daughter off at home, then I picked her up from daycare
At that house?
at the house.
So you had gone back to that residence where that Edge was parked, yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. Did you tell the Michigan State Police, specifically Detective Sergeant Hartman, that you've been back to that address before?
I'm not sure.
So approximately 13 days later, 2 weeks, actually, let's say 12 days later, you still hadn't called Charla, correct?
I haven't spoken to her now.
Because before you said you had no way of getting a hold of her.
I tried to call the number that she had called me from, but no one answered.
No one answered, okay. You identified Jalen Pendergrass, correct?
Yes,
And you said you had his phone number, correct?
yes,
Did you call Jalen and say, hey, I'm trying to get a hold of your mother?
no. I never called Jalen when I was looking for his mother. So I wouldn't do it now.
And it's your testimony, you came out to Inkster and you sat on Wednesday, the 23rd of April. That's your testimony.
Yes.
Why would you come out to this lovely city and just sit in front of a house?
Because I haven't heard from Charlotte,
Okay,
and I wanted to know what was going on.
so you're concerned about it.
I'm concerned about what's going on now, yes.
What do you mean, what's going on now?
Because it was on the news and everything about this young lady missing and everything, and they were the last ones to see her.
You didn't know that on April 5th when you pulled up and didn't get out of the car?
I didn't think that anything happened to the young lady, because prior to that, Charlotte told me that the grandmother called her and said they spotted the young lady somewhere at a restaurant. So I'm assuming that the young lady was just upset and she had went off somewhere.
Okay. But you were concerned, and you were not concerned enough to pick up the phone and even call Jalen to ask him. Well, let me ask this question. On that day that you sat outside the house on Carlisle Street, did you knock on the door and ask for the grandparents? You've met the grandparents before,
I
correct?
did the Thursday, not the Wednesday.
Okay.
That Thursday I went, after 2 hours, I knocked on the door. Her grandmother came out and told me that Jalen was there. Jalen came up. He told me that his mother will be pulling up shortly. And I sat back in my car and waited.
You sat in front of somebody's house for 2 hours.
Almost 3.
Almost 3.
Yes,
Waiting.
absolutely.
And you didn't, and again, you testified you've met the grandparents before, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't go to the door and say, I'm just checking on Charla. Is she okay? Can you have her call me?
no. I just told you I sat in my car and was waiting for Charlotte. I had a relationship with Charlotte, not her grandparents. So why would I involve them in anything that Charlotte and I are doing?
What are you and Charla doing?
It's not between her and my grandparents. So I don't interact with her grandparents. I never went to a picnic with her grandparents. I never went out to dinner with her grandparents. I was never over at her grandparents' house to have dinner. So why would I go knock on the door and say, hey, Charlotte here, can you let me know what she's gonna be at and all that? My relationship wasn't with her.
Did you know where Charla lived
She moved
back in
to,
April?
yes,
And you would agree with me, she didn't live in Inkster. My question. My question is, you knew she didn't live there at the Carlisle address in Inkster, correct?
Correct.
And you sat outside and stalked her?
I did what? So,
Sat outside waiting on her?
absolutely.
Oh, okay. And the next day, I want to make sure I understand, the next day being Thursday the 24th, this day you decided to get out the house, out the vehicle, correct?
So Wednesday, I only stayed about 30 minutes and I left. That Thursday, I sat there for over 2 hours waiting. So, you know, just to help you along.
Oh,
So it's not that I did it Wednesday and Thursday, I sat there for 2 hours each, no. Wednesday, I pulled up about 30 minutes or so and I left to go pick Shantae's daughter up from daycare. So I couldn't stay. So that Thursday, I didn't have anything to do. That's the day that I stayed there and waited for Charla to arrive.
On that Thursday, when Charla pulled up, this wasn't planned, correct?
It was planned for me. It wasn't planned for her.
All right, so your plan was to sit outside her house
And
until,
wait till I saw her to speak with her.
okay. And you saw her.
Absolutely.
Did you get out of the car and talk to her?
When we went to the restaurant.
It's not my question. When you
No.
first saw her on Carlisle, after waiting there, as you said, could have been 3 hours, did you get out of the car and talk to her?
No, she pulled up, she waved at me while she was in the car to follow her, so there was no need for me to get out the car.
She waved at you to
And
follow her.
said, follow me, she did this.
One moment, Your Honor. Sorry. Thank you. So you get to a restaurant, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to this restaurant, just so I'm clear, she starts writing things down.
We had a little conversation, and then, yes, she started writing things down.
Okay. Where'd she get the pen and paper from?
Her purse,
Okay. And what happened to the pieces of paper?
she kept them with her.
She kept them with her. Okay. You're sure of that?
I'm sure that she had the pen and the paper with her. I'm sure that she wrote the stuff down, and I'm sure she folded, crumbled it in her hand, and she had it with her.
And it's your testimony, you go to this park.
We didn't go to a park.
Where did you go again?
We went to a parking lot.
Parking lot. Why didn't you talk in the parking lot outside of the restaurant?
She didn't want to.
And it's your testimony, this is when you get to this parking lot, she tells you to get rid of this tote.
Yes,
First time she said that to you.
yes.
Okay. And you remember talking again, I don't mean to continue to point at him, but he's kind of the officer in charge here, Detective Sergeant Hartman. You never told him when you first met him, when you first talked to him on the 29th, you never said anything about Ms. Pendergrass burning a tote, did you? Telling you to burn a tote.
Maybe I can think of it, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But he has it in the statement written down or whatever.
Okay, did you ever tell him,
She told me to burn it, is what I told him.
but you never told him about getting lye?
I told him that she said for me to get some lime, bury it and put lye on it.
But you never said on the 29th, bury it and lie, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, you'd agree with me.
I mean, I'm not sure. You have the testimony, you have it. So you know what I said. I was there with my attorney.
You don't know what you said?
I'm not sure what I said. You want me to be specific about everything I said that day? I'm not sure. I could have said it, I could not. I don't know.
You would agree with me, the truth doesn't change, correct?
And now it has.
Okay. So when you told the officers that you had the tote for 12 hours and they told you that wasn't correct, and later on at another interview, somewhere around June 4th, you had a different story, correct?
I'm not sure.
In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review your investigative subpoena that you had with Mr. Grazia?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated in there, if I'm not mistaken, I had it in my car I even drove by the police department. I had that tote in my car for 3 days.
For however long she gave it to me until we transferred it over to the edge.
Okay, so it wasn't the 12 hours that you first told law enforcement, correct?
At the time of this, I don't know when I said I was nervous and I probably spoke out of turn and said 12 hours.
Well,
I've never been involved in anything like this.
So let me ask a question. You stated your heart dropped, etc., on this the day that
When she told me to burn it.
Allegedly told you to burn it. Okay. And how were you feeling at that point?
Like I wanted to put my hands on her in a violent way.
Have you ever done that?
No, not really, no. I think we may have had a shouting match before, but never like where I physically jumped on her or anything like that.
So what do you do when you walk away from her?
Just walked in out of my car and left.
Where do you go?
I went to a friend's house, home,
To do what?
play cards.
Make sure I understand, just so I'm clear here. Someone had just told you something that you thought was so egregious, so despicable, and you said your heart dropped, and you were telling me how you felt, and you went to someone's house to play cards?
And lost a lot of money that night too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You didn't call the police that night, did you?
No, I didn't know what to do. My mind was wandering and racing.
Next day, what day did you go out to the Millard Street address?
It was on a Saturday.
Remember what time?
I don't know, it was in the evening.
I'm sorry?
It was a Saturday evening that we went with the FBI.
Saturday evening. One moment, sure. Other than your attorney on that Saturday, who else did you talk to about what was going on Millard Street?
My son was with me.
Was with you where?
In the Southfield in Millard Street.
Did you talk to, were you in Canada that day?
Later on the 6th, probably after, I went to my son's house over there, when we got done with the FBI and everything, yes.
So you finished with the FBI, just so I'm clear, in the morning.
It wasn't in the morning.
It wasn't in the morning.
No.
You have a good memory, sir?
I don't know, I have sleep apnea and I don't use my PPAP, so it comes and goes.
Isn't it true that, one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Is there a reason, if you were so concerned about this tote, you didn't take it back to Charla and Inkster when you were sitting outside of her house?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay, you stated you were concerned about this tote, et cetera, et cetera. And my question is, she was only supposed to have it for a couple of days. You were only supposed to have it for a couple of days. And following that, you know, you got this edge, you parked it, you're concerned. Is there a reason you didn't grab that tote? Because you said you could pick it up by yourself, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't pick that tote up, put it in the back of your vehicle? Were you still in the black Navigator at that time?
Yes.
Is there a reason you didn't put it in the back of that black Navigator where it was for days and take it back out to Ms. Pendergrass? Is there a reason you didn't do that?
Just waiting on her to come pick it up. Like I told you before, I had no reason to believe that anything was in that tote that was what was in there. I didn't believe that they would do anything like that. So I was never under the assumption that I was holding on to something that heinous in my possession.
Did you ever say, I'm going to bring you this tote back? You know, I don't even.
We never spoke again. I just told you that. We didn't have any more communication until I met up with her that Thursday.
And you didn't say to her, when are you coming to get this tote?
No.
No further questions.
Honey?
No, thank you.
No. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
People call Special Agent Chris.
Sir, police watches stuff. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
After you, sir.
Officer Bennett?
Yes.
Go get those lawyers. All right, Counsel, you're with us.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Special Agent Christopher Siegel.
And where do you work?
I work for the FBI.
And how long have you been an FBI special agent for?
Just shy of 18 years.
Did you work as a police officer for any other agencies prior to that, or just for the FBI?
Just the FBI.
All right. And did you, through your work in the FBI, become involved in the investigation into the missing person by the name of London Thomas?
I did.
And how did the FBI become involved in that investigation?
We were originally contacted by the Detroit Police Department Missing Persons Unit. They asked for assistance in locating one.
And so you were assigned to help in that investigation?
I was.
Were there other investigators from the FBI who were also involved?
There were.
And your team or unit with the FBI, were you handling this investigation by yourselves, or were you working with other police agencies like the Detroit Police?
Yeah, that's correct. We were supporting the local police agencies.
Okay, and you in particular, like what was your responsibility or job responsibilities in the course of that investigation?
So I was assigned as the lead investigator on the FBI side for that investigation. Like I said, we were originally contacted by the Detroit Police Department, also Inkster Police Department as well. And so we were assisting with them with locating London and providing resources.
Okay. And on February 8th of 2025, were you present during the execution of a search warrant at 27262 Carlisle Street in the city of Inkster?
I was.
And at that time, on February 8th, had London Thomas been found?
She had not, no.
Okay. And so when that home was searched, were you present for that?
I was.
At that time, did you observe any cellular phones in the house that were later collected and placed on evidence?
I did.
Were any of those phones located in the basement of the house?
They were.
Describe what you saw, if you can remember, about where the phones were in the basement.
From what I can recall, they were located there was a corner in the basement that appeared to be a makeshift bedroom, if you will. There was a bed and a dresser, and the phones were in that general area.
Okay. Now, while you were there on the 8th, did you have an opportunity to speak with somebody by the name of Jalen Pendergrass?
I did.
And do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you point to that person, describe what he's wearing?
He's over to my right and wearing a green jumpsuit.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant. Now, this interview, where was it conducted at?
This was conducted right outside his home in my vehicle.
All right. Now, at the time you spoke with him, had the defendant been placed under arrest?
He had not.
Okay. Was he in handcuffs in the back of your car?
He was not.
Despite that, did you still go over what are known as his Miranda rights with him?
I did.
How did you do that?
I verbally read the rights to him verbatim.
Okay, and when you spoke with him, did he appear to know and understand English?
He did.
Okay, did he appear to know and understand his constitutional rights?
He did.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol that were affecting his communication?
No.
Okay. And did you ask him, after you'd given him Miranda warnings, when he had last seen London Thomas?
I did.
What did he tell you?
He told me he had last seen her on the day she went missing, which was the 5th.
Okay. And did he say where he had last seen her at?
Yes, at his residence.
And where is that residence located?
This is the residence on Carlisle Street in Inkster.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask him if, at the time on April 5th, whether he was currently dating London Thomas or whether he had any other girlfriends?
I did.
What was his response to that?
His response was that he was actually dating a different female named Nija.
So he told you he was no longer dating London Thomas?
It was unclear from my recollection. It appeared that he was dating them simultaneously at some point.
Okay. So he told you that he had last seen London on April 5th at the Carlisle address?
That's correct.
What did he tell you about what happened when he saw her?
He said she had come over early in the morning. She said that a few weeks prior she had taken his phone. And so she had come back to the house in Carlisle to return that phone to him. He said it was early in the morning and that she was knocking loudly at the door.
And did he ever tell you whether he answered the door and whether London ever entered his home?
He did not. I asked him for those details, but he said he could not recall.
Okay, did he ever say whether he called anyone else to come over to Carlisle Street when this occurred in the early morning?
Yes, I believe he said he called Charlotte.
Okay, this person you referred to as Charlotte, do you know what her relationship is to Jalen Pendergrass?
That would be Jalen's mother.
Okay, and do you see her in court today?
I do.
You point to that person, describe what she's wearing?
She's directly in front of me and also wearing a green jumpsuit.
Okay. For the record, he's identified Charla Pendergrass. So he said that he called Charla that night?
Correct.
Did he ever tell you whether Charla came over that night?
I don't recall.
If you were to look at something, could that refresh your memory?
That would.
Okay, refresh your. You want to? Okay, does that refresh your memory about whether Mr. Jalen Pendergrass told you that his mother Charla had come to the house on Carlisle?
It does.
So what did he tell you about whether his mother had come to the Carlisle address?
He said that she did come to the address.
Okay, and did he say that did he give you any more details about what occurred when his mother came to the address?
He did not.
Okay. Did there come a point where he told you that he couldn't remember anything?
Yes.
Okay, describe how that happened.
Like I mentioned earlier, we got up to the point where London had arrived to the house. He had called Charla. Charla came over. I asked him for further details after that, and he stated that he couldn't remember. I believe he said specifically he couldn't remember because it was early in the morning.
And you're asking about events that had occurred 3 days prior to your conversation with him?
That's correct.
Did he ever tell you he had some sort of memory issues or any explanation for why he couldn't remember events 72 hours before?
He did not.
Okay. So I now want to go to April 10th. Were you at a home located at 49141 Paloma in Van Buren Township?
I was.
And was there a search warrant executed at the home at that time?
There was.
And that day, while you're at the Paloma address, did you speak with Charla Pendergrass?
I did.
Where did that conversation occur?
That occurred outside the home, also in my vehicle.
All right. Now, had Charla Pendergrass been placed under arrest when you talked to her?
She had not.
Had she been placed in handcuffs?
No.
Okay. Regardless of whether she was detained or arrested, did you go over her Miranda rights with her?
I did.
How did you do that?
I read them verbatim, and I also explained to her that she was not under arrest and free to leave.
Okay. And did she appear to know and communicate with you in English?
She did.
Did she appear to be under the influence of any substances that were affecting her ability to communicate?
No.
And did she appear to you to understand her Miranda rights as you read them to her?
She did.
Okay. So did you ever ask Ms. Charla Pendergrass when she had last seen London Thomas?
I did.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that she had last seen London also on April 5th at the residence on Carlisle.
All right. And what did she tell you about what happened when she saw London Thomas at Carlisle Street?
She said she didn't go into details about what happened in the house, but she said that London did leave on her own on foot.
Okay. Did she ever tell you anything about offering to give London Thomas a ride, or how she was going to leave the house?
Yes, she said she offered to give London a ride, but London refused.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask her whether or not she knew where London Thomas was headed or where she was going when she left the house on foot?
I did, yes. She said she did not know.
Okay. Now, do you recall asking her whether or not London Thomas took her phone with her when she left?
Yes, I asked Charla that.
Okay, and do you recall what her response was?
She was not sure where the phone went, whether it was with London or somewhere else.
Okay. So in the course of this conversation, did you ever ask her whether after Ms. Pendergrass had seen London leave on foot, whether she, I'm talking about Charla now, left the house on Carlisle.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So what did Charla Pendergrass tell you about leaving the house?
She said a while later, her and Jalen became concerned about London leaving alone on foot, and that they got into their car to head to London's mother's home to warn her that London had left.
And did she tell you that they did in fact go in the car and drive somewhere?
She did. She said they both got in the car and they started to drive to London's mother's home. But at some point during that trip, they decided against it and turned around and came back to Carlisle.
Now, when you're having this conversation with her, were you aware of what call detail records were showing in terms of where Lyndon Thomas's phone may have been going and where Ms. Charla Pendergrass's and Jalen Pendergrass's phone may have shown at that time?
I was.
So did you confront her about any inconsistencies about the story that she told you?
I did.
And what was her response to that?
Her response was essentially that she didn't remember any details about that specific trip.
Did you ever ask her how it is that London Thomas's phone could be traveling in sync with her vehicle as it traveled away from Carlisle Street?
I did.
What was her response to that?
Her response initially was that Charla often left her car unlocked. So her theory was London may have left the phone in the car at some point. When confronted some more, she said that maybe London was actually in the car for that trip.
Okay.
But she couldn't recall if London was actually in the car or not.
So she couldn't remember whether London was in the car she was occupying with her and her son Jalen?
That's correct.
Now, on April 26th of 2025, in the early evening hours, did you go to 23645 Millard Street in Southfield?
I did.
And why did you go to that address?
Earlier that day, I had received a call from an attorney of Jermaine Lynch stating that his client had received a plastic tote from Charla, and he was concerned about the contents of that tote, and he wanted law enforcement to check it out.
And so, did you and other law enforcement agents go to that address?
We did.
And when you got there, did you see any vehicles in or around that area that were of interest?
We did.
What vehicle did you see?
We specifically saw a white Ford Edge in the driveway.
And ultimately, were you present when that car was opened so that you could look inside the car?
I was.
And did you see anything in the trunk of the trunk area of that Ford Edge?
I did. I saw a large plastic tote that was duct taped closed.
Okay. And were you present when that tote was opened?
I was.
And when it was opened, what was inside the container?
The body of London.
Okay. Now, I want to go back a second. When the car was opened, but before the container was opened, did you notice any odd odors or smells at that point or no?
We did. As soon as the doors for the vehicle were opened, we collectively could we noticed the odor, what I recognized to be of a deceased person.
Okay. And when the container was opened, there was a body inside?
That's correct.
And did the person who was inside the container move or interact with you at all when the container was opened?
No.
Okay. May I approach now?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit Number 2. It contains 4 pictures. You could just look at these and let me know whether you recognize what's depicted in those photographs. You recognize that?
I do.
All right, now, pages 1 and 2, are those pictures of the tote that was inside the trunk?
They are.
And pages 3 and 4, are those pictures of Miss London Thomas?
They are.
Okay. Now, as they're depicted here in these photographs, are those fair and accurate representations of how you personally observed these scenes when you were there in person?
They are.
Your Honor, at this point, people have moved to admit People's Exhibit 2.
Any objections?
No objection on behalf of Ms. Charla Pendergrass.
Mr. Clemens, any objections?
For exam purposes only, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. People's 2, minutes for photographs.
All right, so looking at page 2 of People's Exhibit 2, what is depicted in that photograph?
This is a picture of the tote with the duct tape wrapped around it.
All right, so the condition of the duct tape, that is as you first saw it?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, looking at Exhibit 4, that is a picture of London Thomas?
That is.
Is that a picture after she's been taken out of the container?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there anything about, or can you just describe the condition of her body when it was removed from the container?
Yeah, so the first thing you can see is that she is bound by her wrist. And also there is, you can see decay on her face and in the back of her head, as well as some bruising in her shoulder area and arms.
Is she, in the condition where she was found, was she wearing clothing when she was found?
I believe she was wearing bottoms, but that's nothing on top.
Okay, so a pair of underwear and that's it?
That's correct.
And the tape that's around her wrist, or sorry, you said she was bound by her wrist?
Correct.
She bound by?
It appeared to be some sort of tape.
Okay. May, Your Honor, may I post this to the court? So while you were there, were there, I guess, evidence technicians or FBI personnel who were taking photographs and swabbing, using swabs to swab the outside of the container that you were able to see?
That's correct. We had called our the FBI evidence response team.
Okay. And just to be clear, I may have misspoken, said February in terms of the time frame we're talking about. All my questions in terms of these events, the statements from the defendants and the recovery of the body, that all occurred in April of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Johnson?
You'll be very brief. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Agent, question for you. What time, when you were, you executed a search warrant on this location in Southfield, correct?
Correct.
What time was that search warrant executed, approximately? I don't need the exact moment.
I'm gonna say probably around 5 in the evening.
5 in the evening?
Yeah.
Okay. Was Mr. Jermaine Lynch there when you executed the search warrant?
Initially, yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clemens?
No.
You read.
No.
Thank you so much. Additional witnesses?
No, I've got a couple of stipulations placed on record. First stipulation is that if Trooper Arthur Williams were to testify, he would testify that he took buccal swabs from both Charla Pendergrass and Jalen Pendergrass. And that was in April 30th of 2025.
No objection for exam purposes.
Any objections, Mr. Clemens?
No, thank you.
All right, court will receive that stipulation.
The next stipulations are that if Kathleen Gill of the Michigan State Police, as well as Sean Killian of the FBI, were to testify, they would testify that they took swabs of the exterior tote handles of the container that was containing Ms. Thomas's body.
Is that correct stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's received for exam purposes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm moving to admit as People's Exhibit 3, a laboratory report, biological analysis conducted by Sarah Barr from the Michigan State Police Laboratory. Moving to admit that in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection for exam purposes only.
Any objection, Mr. Clemens?
No, thank you. I had it, Judge.
All
I agree.
right,
That's what it said.
the court will receive the lab report.
And with that, Your Honor, I'm not planning on calling any more witnesses. I am seeking, I'll wait to argue, but I am seeking to add some additional charges: first degree murder, 750-316A, felony murder, 750-316B, unlawful imprisonment, 750-349B, and I would move to modify count 2 and 3, which are conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence. I would ask that those be modified to just tampering with evidence involving a felony of more than 10 years. That's 750-483-86B. And with that, Your Honor, I would rest, and if there are no witnesses, I would make my argument.
All right, so just for the record, is clear, Mr. Johnson, any witnesses that you plan to call on behalf of Ms. Pendergrass?
No, on behalf of Mr. Pendergrass, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Clemens, any witnesses you intend to call on behalf of Ms.
I would just ask for a stipulation, Your Honor. If I could just have 1 minute just to show counsel something.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that's what this document shows.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know what it was talking about, but yeah, stipulated that's what the document shows.
We do have one stipulation, I believe other counsel agree to it, I'll make it as plain as I can, is that Jalen Pendergrass was arraigned in the Novi District Court on May the 4th, 2025, and placed on GPS tether house arrest restrictions. Those house arrest restrictions were not removed until July 17th, 2025.
Your Honor, you showed me a document, and that's an accurate reference to what the document says. Obviously, I don't know whether the document is accurate, but I will stipulate that that is what the document shows, and I have no reason to contest it. All right, Your Honor. So I'll talk about first-degree murder and felony murder first. There was testimony from Jayla Hatcher that London Thomas was brought over to the house on Carlisle Street, that when she was there, that they had a difficult time to getting into the location. Ultimately, Jalen Pendergrass called London's phone, and Jayla Hatcher answered the phone and was able to communicate with the defendant. He was asking whether or not it was London outside. And then ultimately, London was let into the house. And we know that because Jayla Hatcher later saw a FaceTime video showing that London Thomas was in the basement of that house which Jayla Hatcher was familiar with because she had previously been in the basement of the house. You also have the testimony that when she went to the house in Inkster the next day, that she was trying to communicate with Charla Pendergrass, that Charla Pendergrass basically told her, at least initially, I don't know anything about her. I don't know where Jayla is. I'm sorry, where London is. And that ultimately, as the conversation went on, I believe she testified that that Charla told her that Jayla left. Okay, so there's an acknowledgement from both defendants that London Thomas was in the house at some point that morning. Next, we have the testimony of Lenijah Wilkerson, testified that Jalen Pendergrass straight up told her that London was there, that she was knocking at the door, that she was let in the house, that ultimately they came down, that there was conversation about this phone that had been supposedly taken from Jalen Pendergrass, and that in the course, and also that Jalen called his mother to come over to the house on Charla, and that in the course of this interaction, London Thomas and Charla Pendergrass got into a physical altercation. That violent altercation ultimately led to a table being broken, and that the defendant, Jalen Pendergrass, admitted to her that he picked up a table leg and beat London Thomas with it. And that after this, and that while he was beating her, he was essentially asking her, what's her phone password? What's the password so I can look at your iPad? What's the password so I can look at your phone? And clearly, just based on this testimony alone, one can draw a reasonable inference that Jalen Pendergrass was angry at London Thomas, that he was mad about this phone being taken, that he may have been upset about these, this line about a pregnancy, and that he was upset and angry at London Thomas. Then you also have the testimony that that Jalen told his mother, or Lenijah, that his mother was part of this this altercation, this violent struggle. Then Ms. Wilkerson testified that afterwards, when Ms. Thomas asked to be let down, or asked to lie down, that Jalen essentially said, I'm going to tie you up because I don't trust you. Afterwards, now that you've got a person who's, been beaten, she's now tied up inside the basement, Jalen supposedly asked his mother, what should I do? And the testimony was that Charla told Jalen, you got to get angry, you got to get mad. And that ultimately, she told Jalen to kill her. And that, according to Ms. Wilkerson's testimony, that's what Jalen admitted to doing by putting a belt around her neck and choking her to death. Afterwards, Ms. Jalen told Lenijah Wilkerson that the two of them put Ms. Thomas inside a box, taped it up, and that Ms. Charla Pendergrass called a friend to take the container. Now, obviously, I'm sure defense counsels are going to say, well, you can't believe anything Ms. Wilkerson says, that this is just so far-fetched and unbelievable. What I would suggest is that her testimony is such that she knows certain facts and details. She was not present, and nobody's alleging that she was present. She knows certain facts and details about the circumstances of how London Thomas came there, what happened when they got inside, what the nature of what was going on, is such that that information could have only come from somebody who was present when it happened. And that lends her testimony credibility, Your Honor, when you're evaluating, well, what should I believe what she said? Then you have the other statement or admissions by Jalen Pendergrass that, referring to rap lyrics where I put her in the trunk and her family never see her again. Well, we know from the testimony of Jermaine Lynch that in fact the tote container, which contained the body of Ms. Pendergrass, was inside the trunk of the car. And it's clear based on the nature of how that transfer was made, that no, the family was never going to see her body again or see Lanija again. So those lyrics, they may not mean, may not be completely overwhelming evidence, but those lyrics neatly match up with what the evidence and facts are in the case. Then you have the third version where Jalen essentially blames his mother for what happened. Quite frankly, I find it hard to believe that he would simply go upstairs and just pretend like nothing was happening while his mother is fighting with a woman down in his basement. But in any event, that's another admission by Jalen Pendergrass that London Thomas was there, that there was an altercation, and that she never left that basement alive. When we talk about premeditation, right, the key testimony here is the testimony of Jalen, that where he tells Lanija Wilkerson that after I tied her up, I went and I talked and I asked my mom what to do. Right? That is premeditation and deliberation. What should I do with this teenage girl that is in my basement, who's tied up? What am I supposed to do with her? And what his ultimate decision was, is I'm going to put a belt around her neck and choke her to death. So clearly, there's evidence of premeditation here. And also, if you look at their actions after the fact, right, the lengths they went to hide the body, to lie to investigators, to come up with some story about what happened to London Thomas. That is evidence of premeditation. Prior relationship of the parties, the defendant's actions before the killing, the circumstances of the killing itself, and the defendant's conduct after the homicide. People v. Anderson at 209 Mish Ave, 1995 case. That's all evidence that the court can use when you're deciding about whether or not there's sufficient evidence of premeditation and deliberation. Talking about felony murder now, well, obviously, the same argument applies, except this time our argument is that the underlying felony is unlawful imprisonment. So if the court were to believe that an unlawful imprisonment occurred, then the court should also bind the defendant over on a count of felony murder. When we talk about unlawful imprisonment, first I have to prove that the defendant knowingly restrained another person. Well, we have the testimony of Ms. Wilkerson that the defendant admitted that he tied her up before she was strangled. We have the condition of Ms. Thomas when the container was opened, where she's got tape around her wrists, right? If she's already dead by the time they put her in the container, why would you wrap tape around her wrists? Right? It doesn't make any sense unless you want to restrain her, right? And even if we were sitting here and speculate, well, maybe he strangled her, but maybe she wasn't dead when she was put in a box, right? If you put somebody in a box with tape around their wrists, and then you tape the box shut repeatedly so that the person inside can't get out, that's felony murder. That's unlawful imprisonment. Why? Because they knowingly restrained another person, and that person was restrained to facilitate the commission of another felony. That is murder, right? Tying somebody up so that when I put them in a box and I tape it shut, they can't get out. When I talk about, so I do believe there's enough evidence for unlawful imprisonment. And the next count would be tampering with evidence. I would suggest to the court that a body is a piece of evidence that the police were investigating the disappearance of London Thomas. They were aware of that, but they did not tell the police, oh yes, actually, she's in a box and I gave her to my friend, Jermaine Lynch. Here's where you can go find her. Yes, I did put her in a box. That's not what Charla Pendergrass did. Instead, they deliberately hid the body and lied to the police about the circumstances of her leaving the home in order to tamper with evidence and to hide evidence from the police. Now, if the question is, well, what does Jalen Pendergrass have to do with that? Well, the court has the DNA results which show that his DNA, there's a extremely strong, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but extremely strong likelihood that his DNA is on the tote handles of the container that contained the body of Miss Thomas. So, and you also have the statement of Charla Pendergrass, who essentially says, yes, Jalen and I went together in the car afterwards. So that's my basis for seeking to amend these charges, Your Honor, and I will respond in rebuttal to arguments by defense counsel.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. This morning was one thing that, an interesting argument that the people make. However, their own evidence shows something different, which is the autopsy says nowhere in here whatsoever there's any injury to the decedent. There's no evidence that somebody was beaten with a leg of a table. There's no evidence that somebody was tied up with a belt or anything along those lines. So, Mr. Grazia wants you to believe a witness over scientific evidence that he's put in. This is a witness that has come forth and is basically, and I believe it was Mr. Clements that asked the question about their habit of getting high and all these other things. They did it all the time. I believe the witness stated that in order to get him to talk about things, well, he had to be high. We did X, Y, and Z. I'll let Mr. Clements talk about the some other things that can't be true regarding the tether, but this court has got to take credibility of a witness into consideration. There's no way in the world that this witness could testify to somebody being beat with a table leg and the autopsy doesn't show it. Not even a scintilla of that. There's no way that this witness can testify that somebody put a belt around the decedent's neck and hung her. The autopsy doesn't show that. This is the evidence they put in. So what he's basically asking you to do, Your Honor, is just go off of what this young lady said, who, again, was high when she did this. There's other evidence, I believe, that Mr. Clements is going to talk about regarding the fact that some of this could not have even happened based upon location and everything else. But the autopsy itself basically does not support what he's saying. He knows this. This is what was put in because we were going to call the medical examiner, but we stipulated, obviously, to having this come forth, and it's completely contradictory. There's been no evidence to show that in the house in Inkster, he's put on no witnesses to show there was blood down there. He's put in no evidence to show there was a struggle down in that basement. None of it has come in. All he's saying is, Judge, believe the woman that gets high again and again and gets him high to get things out of him. It makes no sense, Your Honor. There's got to be some, I know this is a probable cause or, probable cause hearing, but there's got to be, the standard isn't that low. It's just not, Your Honor. It's contrary to what Mr. Grazi's saying, and he can't even refute it. And with that, I'd ask the court not to bind over on the amended charges. As it relates to the other charges, Your Honor, I believe there are questions of facts, and I'll defer to the court.
Yes, Judge, I'll do my best not to be redundant and to cut to it. So way back when my client was initially charged in this particular case, and we had an opportunity to have arguments on arraignment and things of that nature, there were some statements that were made both by the prosecution and by the defense. And at the particular time, one of the things that we said was that the decision or the emphasis should be on the evidence, not tied up into the emotions of what happened to essentially a child. This is an awful thing. But at the end of the day, the evidence is what should control how we move. And what we have in evidence, Judge, is a body that was recovered with an autopsy that was conducted and produced. And we have an injury diagram. And the injury diagram, if you focus in on the throat and neck and you're thinking in your own experience, not just as a judge, but as a litigator as well. When someone says that they were strangled around the neck with a belt, what are the first things that we look for? Are there ligature marks? Are there bruising and scarring to the neck? Are there any injuries to the neck? Is the trachea crushed? Is the cause of death strangulation? It also says that the young lady was beaten severely or significantly, but she couldn't really qualify because she didn't give any details in terms of what was stated to her, with a table leg. Now, you had an opportunity to see some pictures of young Miss Thomas, so you know what her skin texture looks like. You know that she's a light-complected individual. So I want you to imagine how her body would react to being beaten with a table leg and not to leave any bruising or scarring or any noticeable injuries on her body. But this is the government's theory, this is their evidence. And then you factor in that Ms. Wilkerson charges had already been perfected, right? But now the government is essentially changing their entire theory, their charging base, based upon the testimony of Ms. Wilkerson, right? From her testimony, you're to deviate from a second-degree murder charge that was initially levied and add charges of premeditated murder, add charges of unlawful imprisonment, and add charges that are felony murder that appreciate the entire context of the information that she provides, but just avoid the content that suggests that she's not being truthful or that she's just not a quality witness, like being extremely drunk and extremely high when this information is purportedly given to her, which would be a good explanation for why the information that she provides doesn't marry up with the scientific evidence. Remember, in that People versus King and People versus Anderson, which our focus is on preliminary examinations and what the examining magistrate or the examiner, it's not to take your common sense at the door when assessing credibility. For Mr. Pendergrass to be able to beat London Thomas with a table leg and leave no marks on her body, for him to be able to strangle her with a belt and leave no marks on his neck, it's just something that's devoid of logic and reason. That's wholly unbelievable. That's incredible testimony. But what's more, and it almost blew me away, is when I asked her, so you're telling me that Mr. Pendergrass wasn't on tether? And she says, yes, when he got out of jail the second time, he was not on tether, but he was. Now, maybe Mr. DeGrazia and I can argue it another time. I look forward to someone being able to tell me that in your own experience, just to think about this, an individual's on house arrest, not able to leave, but they left the house and just started walking down Inkster Road, and that no one monitored that. That's what you're being asked to believe. That shouldn't be accepted at any standard of proof, even at a low standard of proof from a credibility assessment. So I'm asking that you bind the matter over only on second-degree murder and deny the prosecutor's request to amend the complaint warrant. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll first respond to this issue about the chronology of the defendant's arrest. This case has a long history where the defendant was initially arrested, then he was released, then he was arrested in Oakland County for unrelated charges, then he was released on tether. So it's not difficult to believe that a layperson cannot keep the chronology of the defendant's different arrests by different jurisdictions and when he was held in custody. The fact that she's not exactly clear what exact day the defendant may have been on tether on, I don't think it's dispositive testimony. Mr. Johnson mentioned, well, there's no evidence of a blood or struggle inside the basement. Well, we have to remember that this murder likely occurred sometime between the hours of 5 a.m. and later that morning when the defendant left the house by her own admission. By the time the police get there, the Inkster police get there, they get there late or in the evening of April 5th. So they've had at least 12 hours to clean up that basement, to clean up the crime scene. And we know that they made efforts to hide evidence or destroy evidence because of what they did to hide Ms. Thomas's body. It's no great surprise that if you're going to go to the length to hide a body, you're also going to try and clean up the crime scene so that police investigators won't find a bloody mess in a basement. Regarding the autopsy results, the court has seen the pictures, and it's clear that between April 5th, when we're alleging that the murder occurred, and April 26th, when the body was found, that there had been significant decomposition to the decedent's body. It's written in the autopsy report. The court can look at the pictures. There's also the testimony of Agent Siegel that the odor was noticeable at that time. So there had been some serious decomposition. The condition of the body itself, folded up in a container in a bunched position, that is going to affect the condition of the body itself. So we don't know the exact circumstances of how badly was she beaten with a table leg, or where on her body the table leg may have occurred. We don't know what her body may have looked like on April 5th, and we don't know that because they went out of their way to hide evidence. But we do know that when the body was found, there's significant decomposition, which has affected how her body looked and appeared at the time it was found. Now, the cause of death was ruled as asphyxia, and that determination was made before there was any sort of knowledge that she may have been strangled by a belt. So we can draw a reasonable inference that even if she wasn't killed with a belt, the simple act of tying somebody up who is alive and putting them in a container and then taping it shut so they can't escape, that causes asphyxia. And that's why the medical examiner came with her conclusion. So even if we purely discount Jalen Pendergrass's testimony about how the murder occurred, both defendants are still responsible for her murder because they helped each other by tying up the victim, by restraining her, by putting her into a container and taping her up and leaving her to slowly suffocate to death. So I think that even if the court were to discount the testimony of Ms. Wilkerson, there's still sufficient evidence on this record to bind the defendant over on the amended charges as I've suggested, and that's what I'm respectfully asking the court to do.
Judge, now this as that we clarify that Mr. Pendergrass never gave any testimony. I believe that was a misspeak, just by counsel. Thank you.
Let's take just a short break to read the lab report and autopsy protocol, and I will be right back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. All rise. Stand up. You can have a seat. Ms. Pendergrass, have a seat.
I just want to make sure I'm correct. Sorry.
Oh, man. Thank you. Good. I'm up here waiting for the judge. All right. Do I have 5 minutes? Off the round. I'm not sure. I didn't want to run this off. She said she's going to take a quick break and research something, so I don't know how quick this is going to be.
I'm just gonna run in my car, literally down and out.
That's the family, the sister. Oh, yeah, she said that she wanted that key to go to one of the parents. She said it is her key. She did come back in and say.
Thanks. Did you get it? Okay. Sure, I will do.
What time is it? This is something else. How we be coming back? Is that 3 or 3:30? Is that 3 or 3:30? I'm gonna make it. We'll be all right. Yeah, I was telling him I was gonna be a little late, but it's at 3:30. Yeah.
All rise. Court is supposed to get a session.
With regard to case numbers 25-1709 and 25-1710 update. I'm sorry. As the parties are aware, or at least the attorneys are aware, it's a preliminary examination where the court has determined whether there was sufficient probable cause that a crime was committed in the city of Inkster and that these two defendants committed it. Based upon the testimony that this court has heard today, the court does believe a crime was committed in the city of Inkster and these defendants committed it and are going to bind the defendants over. But the issue is on what? On what are we binding the defendants over? With regard to Ms. Charla Pendergrass, the court has heard testimony that from Mr. Lynn with regard to a tow that he met with her, that he received this tow, that they had some meetings where conversations were had, both verbal and in writing, that she gave him instructions on how to dispose of, burn, and get rid of the tow, and that the tow was later opened and a body was recovered. The court has had the opportunity to read the autopsy report with regard to the condition and state of London Thomas's body when she was seen by the Oakland County medical examiner. And I believe that the date of that autopsy was April 27, 2025. The court has also had the opportunity to look at photographs with regard to the state of London's body at the time that the bin was open. The autopsy that was submitted by the prosecution indicates on page 2 the decomposition changes are noted, including skin slippage, green-brown discoloration, bloating, and marbling. The court considered that to be consistent with a body that had been placed in a bin and was concealed for some time after the death. The court also had the opportunity to look at photographs, which are very graphic and do show trauma to the body. It is understandable to this court how a medical examiner wouldn't be able or may be able to, I don't know, they didn't testify, but may or may not be able to testify to this type of bruising being as a result of decomposition, or if it was as a result of actual trauma and specific beating of the body. There would need to be more testimony on that. But just looking at the photograph, there's trauma to the body that would be consistent with injuries and a beating. When the court takes a look at the bin that was found, there's a lot of intentionality with regard to how this bin was concealed. There's lots of tape all over the top, the sides, wrapped around the bottom. It's clear to me that every effort was being made to conceal something. The court does not know if her death, as indicated by the autopsy, was as a result of asphyxiation. It could have been the asphyxiation that occurred at the residence or as a result of being placed in a bin. It's also interesting to the court that the tape that's used around her wrist is different from the tape that's used on the outside of the bin, indicating that it might have happened at a later or different time, which would be consistent with testimony that was heard today. But with regard to the evidence in this case, and I agree with the people that the court can consider what happened before, during, and after. Testimony was made with regard to Ms. Charla Pendergrass, and several conversations were had with her regarding this incident, regarding whether she had contact with London, that she was clear on some facts, unclear on the other, but what she didn't do was ever say that she had a bin and took it someplace else. She was not contributing or assisting in any way with the recovery of this body and led police in a different direction that prevented the finding of this bin. Knowing that everyone was looking for her, friends, family, police, she had information that she did not share. And so the court is going to, as a result of the testimony, the evidence that was submitted by Ms. Charla Pendergrass over on the charges contained, on the charges requested to be added by the people specifically. The court is going to find the defendant over on first-degree murder, felony murder, and unlawful imprisonment, as well as tampering with evidence, based upon the testimony of Mr. Lynch, as well as the FBI agent who testified as a result of his conversations and interactions with Ms. Pendergrass. With regard to Mr. Jalen Pendergrass, the court is going to find him over as well on first-degree and felony murder, as well as unlawful imprisonment and the tampering with evidence charges as requested by the people for the very similar reasons. Again, the autopsy protocol indicates that there was decomposition, that the body had been in that bin for some time. The photographs show trauma to the body that a jury could consider in terms of making their decision as to whether or not Ms. Wilkerson's testimony held credibility. This court does find that there was sufficient credibility from Ms. Wilkerson to consider her testimony. She admitted that she had spent most of her relationship with Mr. Pendergrass, and he was in an inebriated state, but that was consistent with how they dealt with their relationship. And so, the court finds sufficient evidence to find the defendant, and will do so.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor, the court, will please. Mayor, the court.
you.